So Shahida asked me on a Facebook page discussion to talk briefly about Yasha Bach, who's a neuroscientist. Well, actually, no, he's more AI guy, but he's awake and he's created a model essentially of consciousness and awakening and all of this stuff that's compatible with our view from experience. And I think the utility of this is to dislodge. In the end, it's just a story, right? And we have to let go of that too. But I think it has utility to dislodge the old story that there's a real world and a real self, and there's a real interaction between these two, like a push and a pull. So with this better story, it's possible to let go of that old story before like releasing the whole reasoning process, if that makes any sense. I think it could unstick some people who are relying on a certain kind of story.
So the new story is there's not a real world, it's a simulation?
Well, so he starts with the brain and he says the brain doesn't see, you know, colors or hear sounds or anything. Basically, what's coming is patterns of electrical activity through the sense organs. And the brain processes these into percepts and then and then creates a whole simulation of itself and the world. And it is this simulation that is conscious. And yeah, so you know, you naively might think, well, the brain is conscious. He said, absolutely not. Matter cannot be conscious. Sorry.
Diana's unmuted.
Sorry.
He says matter cannot be conscious. Only a simulation can be conscious.
So does he define what conscious is?
No. Well, I mean, in a way he does. He breaks it up into all these processes. Yeah.
So does he talk about, how can I put it, meta consciousness? Does he say that the brain is able to be aware of what it's aware of?
The brain isn't aware of anything. The simulation
Well, in the simulation, then yes,
is aware of itself and of the world that it constructs, and typically believes these are two separate things, right, that have to interact.
I've saved the model. Would you like me to bring it up?
Sure.
Let's see. Let me share.
So would we say that being awake is being aware of the or is having the idea running that we are aware of being a simulation?
Yes, that's right. It's de-identification from the organism and its goals and its control system, which is the brain, right? It's realizing you're not any of that. It's realizing that consciousness is only going on in this simulation.
So how is your simulation the same as mine? I mean, how are we sharing this part of the simulation?
Oh, hang on, I need to deal with that. Okay. Well, I mean, in his model, you know, you've got a brain creating your simulation. I've got a brain creating my simulation. You appear in my simulation as a simulation of as another simulation, you know, like that's all there is.
So the simulation, this is Jay's question. The simulation, go ahead and answer that if you like, Jeff. That simulation.
I'm sorry, I have to excuse
Yeah,
myself.
go and answer it. Yeah. That simulation that includes my idea of your simulation, and your simulation includes your idea of my simulation.
Yeah, whether I recognize it as a simulation or not,
Yeah,
there's
but they don't actually touch each other, do they? They're just.
That's right. There's the,
But if we're all sitting together in a room, like let's use your cup example, Vince. If you're looking at a mug on the table, if we're all sitting together looking at the mug at the table, then aren't we sharing that simulation? We can all agree that we are looking at whatever we're looking at.
Well, our simulations will agree to call it a cup, but every one of us is going to have a unique perception of it.
So what's creating the simulation?
Our sensory input is the source, but not. Yeah, I wouldn't really call it creating it. The brain does the creating.
yeah, but the interesting thing to notice is that the sense organs don't take in perceptions, not at all.
Yes.
Like through the eyes comes electrical impulses. You know, and there are patterns of impulses, but no colors come to the eyes, right?
That's
There's
right.
no color is a construct. Same thing with hearing, you know, it's very complicated, but you decompose the sound into a spectrum by something called Fourier analysis, and that's the pattern that gets sent to centers in the brain. You know, it's like nothing has no relationship whatsoever to the perception of sound as a quality, as you know, a person.
And one of the things that always intrigued me was how we see a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old and we go, wow, this kid's going to be a genius when they grow up. And then somewhere around 5, they're pretty ordinary, just like every other kid around the place. And that used to really intrigue me until I read that there's a point comes where the brain actually prunes a lot of information, or no, a lot of neural networks get pruned because it thinks that those things are not necessary or not valuable. And so it's kind of making room for new stuff by pruning a lot of our old stuff.
I don't think it's making room so much as it's hardening into certain pathways that are very efficient, but that exclude a lot. So when you learn a language, your native language, the phonemes, the sounds that you hear become categorized into different vowels and different consonants, and you can at the point where that becomes solid and the other neurons are pruned, then you cannot hear the sounds of the speaker of another language the way that person hears it. You can never hear that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I can't share the model, but it is on the Unleash site. And if I understand right, Jeff, behind the simulation, there's the unified awareness. And behind that, he places attention. So there is the seeming separate simulations, but in fact, that's also an appearance because they are supported by a unified field. And prior to that, simply attention.
I read your comments on Facebook, Stacy, and so I think I know where you're coming from. You're getting at a panpsychist view where everything is conscious. Is that what you're like steering?
No,
from
I
that?
guess it would be it would not be panpsychism that we're all separate. In fact, but it appears, like what Jahara said, is it appears that you're in my simulation as a separate, but it's you behind that in that particular model, it's truly unified. It's all the same consciousness. And then it flows through that, he has a world simulation, and then a self simulation, and then a memory simulation that seems to be happening. We all seem to have that idea that is informed by senses, but in fact is streaming from attention through unified consciousness, basically, and seems as if we're separate, but isn't really possible to be separate.
I'm not sure I can really understand. My understanding of his model is that attention directs a lot of things that are going on. And attention is affected by a lot of things that are going on. The attention process. And of course, memory plays a huge role and constructs the autobiographical self and the whole idea of world that's past and future. But I don't know anything about so-called unified consciousness. I'm not sure what that part is.
In his model, it's just right behind it's listed there as, what does he specifically call it? He calls it a unified world model /
okay.
abstract knowledge.
Yeah, let me pull it up. That was posted on Unleashed, I think, right? Pages.
Do you think that when Roy says that he's aware of, what did you call it, Roy? Oneness, that he's actually hooking into that unified field?
Well, it's just awareness, right? I don't know if it's I mean, whoever was speaking before Stacy, you sounded like you were just describing Advaita Vedanta, basically. So that's what I was getting at.
If can I say, so what I'm picking up with Stacy is I totally sense that there is an unknown that this whole, if it's a simulation, individual and dynamic with seeming others, and it's playing through the patterns that the brain's been solidified into, but there's a nothing conscious that, well, comes into, it's actually, this simulation is in this consciousness. It's not that the simulation is an individual consciousness, but that we're all the same consciousness brought into different, pruned into different patterns.
Yeah, that's not his model. He's starting with the assumption that there is a physical world, and that while we don't have access to it, we can talk about things like individual organisms, and the individual organisms have brains, and how do the individual organisms become conscious, and what is the mechanism that's involved. And so I think in his view, like each individual is trapped in a simulation they can never see outside of, and within that is everything that happens, and that's pretty much my sense of experience, is that it's all encompassing. There's nothing real in it. Every last thing is simulated. Yeah. But I think what we're about is uh is finding that experience and living that experience, and as I said, this model is just more story, but it's better story because it knocks the separate self off its pedestal. And it provides a way to think about things where there is no world as we perceive it, that and it shows how everything is a mental construct. So that's what's useful about it, and that's why it appealed to me.
So for practical purposes, there's no point in having an opinion about anything. It's just recognized as something from this perspective. It's useful to have a healthy simulation, perhaps not so useful to have a distorted stimulation, or when I say distorted, the one that's maladaptive, one that causes issues like suffering. Suffering I would see it as a unhelpful simulation.
Yeah, when the simulation identifies with the organism and the organism's needs, and well, that is suffering, because and believes that there really is a world that really can be manipulated by a real self to produce results. Yeah, that's suffering, and the end of suffering is realizing that there is no identification with the organism or its needs. You can let go of all that.
There's one hook that I think is also valuable, and that is that for purposes of navigating the world, there is something out there, something I call a tree or a person or whatever. It is something. I just cannot know what it is. And the really practical aspect of that is that in embracing the not knowing of what it is freedom. There is great liberation is you know that word and liberation from the consensus reality, liberation from believing what other people believe because they believe it. So for me, the mystery thing is a big thing. I love it. I love that everything just appears to come out of the mystery and passes through me and then goes back into the mystery. Well, was that a showstopper or did you all just go to sleep?
We're mystified.
I thought it was beautiful, beautiful. Enough said.
All right, so here's a somebody saying something. No. So here's an issue. This idea that we were not awake and now we are awake. It's a joke, right? It's a joke. We haven't gone into that room called enlightenment or awakeness or whatever. We haven't come out of a room where people were asleep. But something's happened. And it's certainly not something that is all encompassing, especially when it's new to us. It's something that we get a taste of and retreat and get a better taste of and whatever. I don't know how to describe it. So identification is it's a big one, and it's one that we intend to become aware of and drop. And this is a point of contention I know with Jeff, and that is that I have identification and I identify as an awake person. And so consequently, that identification allows me to respond to different stories to what I did before I was awake. And so, for example, an awake person presumably doesn't respond to identifying as a victim anymore. So there's this idea that now when I say the word stories, now I think of that simulation. but yeah, we all have stories and we respond to stories, and the awake person will respond to different stories to the person not yet awake. That's the way it seems to me. Yeah. So please discuss.
I'm curious, where do you think, um, we have a difference of opinion or whatever.
Okay.
What would you say is what would you say is my view that's different from your view?
The identification that we can actually have no identification. We can reach the point of not identifying. I can't imagine that.
Well, I mean, I hold a, biography. There's a character here, and I make plans and so forth, but I don't think it's real.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I go along with that one. Yeah. Yeah. I recognize it as stories. And sometimes those stories have a different effect to me. I mean, no matter how hard I try to believe the story that I can hit a golf ball straight every time I hit it, that never happens. But I do believe the story that if I hit one and it goes off into the bush, I'm not going to get upset over it. There's a momentary disappointment, but that's all. No big deal. I'm certainly not going to. I'm certainly going to try to not let it. These are not the right words. Affect my next shot. So I'm going to try and let it go. Not carry that story with me that I will not have the story to start with that I'm just a shitty golfer. So for me, the clue is it's all stories. Everything's stories all the way. Stories that I respond to.
Maybe the stories are the hardening of the synapses in the brain. The hardening of the connections are beliefs, that we believe these stories into a seemingly reality. And the left brain bouncing, or the awareness of watching these stories, can undo these synapses. And then it just wires into another one that's not as, I don't know what would make it not as seemingly solid, to be able to have a character moving in what seems to be a world, but not really feeling like that's a me there, would
Yeah.
be an unraveling of this hardening of belief into a reality.
Yes. I wonder if, yeah, if we hold a story very lightly, we also have attached to it stories that this may not be true, or that's a temporary thing, or whatever. I wonder if that, I mean, it's irrelevant in a way, if the brain does let go of things and form new ones, if it's fluid, if you know what I mean, if we get that really fluid.
And there still seems to be an awareness, though, that bypasses the brain's the illusion that there is even a solid brain, because even going deeper, there isn't even a solid form here. It's just impulses. And they have done studies with people who have died brain dead and still were aware and came back to life somehow. And they were still aware. There was still awareness there, even though the brain was dead. So my sense of that is that there is an awareness, like you were saying, the magic that moves in and out. And this brain can't comprehend it, but there's a sense that there's something that's conscious that flows through what seems to be me. and each seemingly expression of the world, which again is just me, because there's only perception, awareness, and perception.
But
Yeah.
the question is, who's perceiving it?
Yeah, what's
No,
perceived?
no, that's not the question. Don't get sucked into that question.
Oh
Why?
yeah,
It's a good question.
It's
It's a
not
good
practical.
question.
Okay. See,
No,
so,
it's all millions of people out there. What's the problem?
yeah, so as Jenny was talking, I'm thinking, we're not having a philosophy class. We don't want to get into, you know, that philosophical idea. What we want to do is keep bringing it back to what's practical. And what's practical for awakening is our actual experience, not whether or not there's actually something called consciousness running around in the background. For me, that's there's no practical value in pursuing that one. It's just another rabbit hole.
Well, that's my experience. So why are
Yes,
you
yes,
just going
yeah.
to shut down my experience because it's not your experience? I was trying to just talk to Jenny about what she was saying because it's valid, and you should continue with that. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I would say what's perceiving would be mental constructs has the projected perception, but what's aware of the perceiving would be the question, is nothing. If I follow it back, nothing is, there's nothing, no thing that's aware of the perceiving, but the perceptions are coming from hardened program and belief projected out, is my experience.
So I just wanted to say, everything, everybody has said is a story, and it has to be that way because just this is without any story and without, you know, with is actually unthinkable. There's nothing that can be said or understood. So that's where I'm coming from. And on that optimistic note, I better get going, but thanks. Great meeting. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, I think a lot of there's nothing that can be understood, and that's what this mind is letting go of, is it can't understand anything. And it senses that when it's quiet, nothing's being created. And gathering the painting palette of thoughts creates reality, and then the thoughts argue with each reality. But being quiet, there's just nothing created yet.
So when we wake up, we're just creating a better story, aren't we?
Story that we're awake, but when we even let go of that one, then what is awake? It's
Yeah.
just another thought, because the moment I think is the moment I create another world, a new identity. The moment I gather those, otherwise they just float like clouds. It's like the painter's palette. You know, did they just float until I go to think? And I think some of this, somehow this dynamic has painted this pattern of Jenny that keeps morphing and moving and changing according to its interactions. But there's something that's watching that. And when I follow that something back, it's nothing is watching it.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. I like that idea that we're like the cloud, that we, you know, that, and yes, it's not practical, I think, to chase it back to nothing. But once we do that once, and we probably only need to do it once and recognize that that's the case, that lives always there in the background. But in real terms, in real, excuse me, you know what I mean? In actual normal daily living, carrying that story of us being permeable and flexible and constantly moving and constantly changing, and all as a result of whatever interaction is happening, whatever's coming in through the senses. That seems valuable to me.
For me, it seems to be two, well, seemingly like right now, two to limited points of view. At the same time, there's a watching of the dynamic of this character shifting and changing. And I don't mean codependently shifting, but shifting and evolving, expanding. And then there's the awareness of the contraction in the body called me, that just is a contraction. It's not a reality. There's no boundary to a me. So then it's just energetic. And the question for this mind keeps going to, well, that nothing that is aware of all this, because there still seems to be a contracted me here that's afraid of dying, because it believes that it's a contracted me. So the mind will go back to the nothing, so that the contracted me can loosen up. But that doesn't mean there's still not going to be a sense of a Jenny interacting and expanding and watching, but there won't be afraid of death, because now I'm watching from two perspectives. And I had that glimpse about 15 years ago where I was both at one time. I was, and then I lost it, and of course I wanted it back. But when that happened, I was cracking up because I was watching the little me crying on a bed. And so it's possible to have these 2 points of perspective, because I had it for about 3 minutes. And the little me that's afraid, this contracted sense of me that's afraid of death, if I am just thoughts and beliefs and contractions, then this fear of death still lingers, that this mind wants to free.
So if you go back to that nothing that you are, you're already dead or not dead.
It's afraid of it. It like doubts it. So it hasn't yeah, there's like it's like a glimpse of that nothing, but it's like, oh well, I'd rather be this, because in that I'm dead.
It's because it puts pressure on the separate self, what you're experiencing. So you need to sit with that feeling of fear, and that's your gateway. It's terrifying, but that's your gateway. That's what I would say.
Yeah, and there's a sense, I understand that. That's why it keeps going there, because it knows that it's scared of
So
non-existence.
can you go there?
Not fully viscerally. It's more like I'll go there, and then the mind will start distracting again. So I do know that there's fear there, because it has a belief that it's going to die and evaporate and not being able to function in the world, and being drooling on the street, not even knowing what a window is. And so it's got this contraction that
That's a good one.
yeah. So because of the glimpses I've had, it's like there's a knowing, but there's also the mental hanging on of, don't go there, because then you won't exist. And
Exactly. Yeah, it's afraid. The thing that is afraid is the thing that will disappear in that. It senses it, like it kind of senses that it's gonna die ahead of time. So what I would tell you is sit with that. Just really be there with that, because that's really what is going to take you to what you're sensing, because you're on the right direction. You are like right on the edge, I feel, of that. So,
and there's still a Jenny functioning. There's still a Jenny functioning. It just won't be me.
Listen, it's hard to explain, but life goes on after seeing through this illusion. completely. You don't really need it at all.
But it's like a moth to the flame.
Yeah.
Explain that.
There's an
What do you,
effect.
what,
Yeah.
Say it again.
yeah, what do you mean by that? A moth to the flame?
To see through the fear. Is to see through this fear. That's just, there's something you're just drawn to, seeing through the fear that I exist and I'm going to die. To seeing
Yep.
through that and going through the fear of it.
The thing you need to stay with is who dies really in the end. Because if we really are a universal consciousness that doesn't die, then what are you at the end of the day? But you need to see that yourself.
Right, because the belief is that I do die. Like I conceptually get that I'm just a big conglomerate of thoughts and beliefs and energetic perceptions, and I've had glimpses of being both, but there's this thing here that still thinks it's a person that's going to die, and that's the moth to the flame, is the truth. The moth to the
Right.
flame of truth. That's not true either. Even though I conceptually and have few glimpses, understand that there's not a knowing, there's not a falling away of that lie completely.
So what if you got there and you realized that you were always already dead, not alive? Yeah.
Well, yeah,
would
that's
change. Nothing
awesome.
would change, except the fear of what would happen. That would
Exactly. That's exactly right. The only thing that would change is the fear will be gone. And so I think that's true. It's sit with the fear, because that's the mind's trap right there, is a sensation of fear that's making this story up about dying. So
That's good.
So I conceptually see that nothing would change other than that sensation, contracted sensation of fear that the mind is making up a story that it's going to die and not exist. Because when you say I'm something that will never die, it's like, well, I don't even know what that, I don't have the experience of that. And so
Yeah, you need to see it for like 1 second and then that's it.
yeah, once I really see that, then I'll stop flying toward toward that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Away from this fear of death. There's still lingering subtle fear of death.
Jenny, that contraction that you're talking about, that's the self.
Yeah. And so that's the remnant of the self still.
Yeah. So it's the actual self that you're responding to is that contraction. So you're right when you say as soon as you see it and you no longer contract, there'll no longer be a self there.
Right. But there's
so in other words, you can call that a death. That is a death.
Yes, that's what I want.
Yeah. Well, you will also probably grieve when that happens.
Yes, I know. And that's because that's a lot of wrapped up in that entangled contraction of fear and grief and belief that I'm a me. And yet there still will be a Jenny seemingly to function, but that's when, that to me is when I will be awake. So it's, I mean, you see that when you see the story, like when I finally have the experience that Jenny is not real, period. The experience.
But Jenny already isn't real. Like you're looking at a point in the future when it's already true now that this person Jenny doesn't really exist. So don't look to the future for that. But that's why I'm telling you, sit with this feeling, because that's really what's going to do it for you. It's like the hardest thing to do. You know, you've been spending your entire life getting away from this fear and going to the fridge and putting on the TV and coming to these meetings and watching YouTube clips of non-duality, but this is really it. So just stick with that.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just lay there. When I meditate, I lay on the bed because it's very relaxing, and I will be with the subtlety of fear. It's not like full, but when I start to feel, what if you die? What if you don't? And I'll just kind of sit with that what that feeling is, but it's still really subtle right now. The mind just kind of like won't, I don't know, let me really experience it fully, or for whatever reason, something is still holding back, I guess. But when I get even a smell of it, I'll sit with it.
Yeah, do that. Don't go looking for it, but if it comes to you, sit with it. That's what I would recommend.
My father-in-law always used to say he wants to wake up dead. That's how he wanted to die. And it's like that when I can see you lying on the bed and waking up dead, physically dead, and you won't know anything. So the idea of fear of dying, fear of annihilation, fear of no longer existing, that's kind of a weird one, isn't it?
Can I just say something? Jenny is articulating exactly what I'm going through right now. Like, except maybe you said you had a glimpse where you were both, and I can't say that's happened to me. But everything you just described is, Vince, remember I was talking to you yesterday a little bit? It's this just whole fear of everything you said is me. So I just want to say somebody else is going through that. Like, it was like me talking, except you expressed it a lot better than I could. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a very believed story, wired in my synapses, or whatever you want to say it, that this is a being that's going to die. And that I understand there's a knowing that that's a story.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of feeling wrapped up in it.
So what about this is a being that already doesn't exist?
It's a concept, partially concept, that there's still a remnant that thinks that I'm going to die. And
So
you must think you exist now in order to be able to die.
yeah,
Well, in a way, right? Like, what about what other people think of you too? Like, if I die, then I'm my son's mother. So I don't know. Like you say, it's not real, but it is real to a degree. It affects things in the actual real world.
That's got
There
nothing
is
to
such
do
a
with you.
thing.
That's got
But
nothing to do with you.
I know.
it's the lie that I think that I'm alive. It's the
Yeah.
lie that I think that I'm alive, because nothing's going to change. The functioning will still go on because I have nothing to do with this functioning, really. So the functioning of Jenny will keep going on, but there's a belief that I'm going to die and fear attached to that. And when that's gone, probably nothing will change, but I won't have that contracted fear in me and that belief of
So Jenny, both you and Diana, I think, have a story that maybe this will happen sometime in the future. But what about now, right now? Would you leave this meeting dead?
That's what I want. Like what Jenny said, that's how I feel like then I've woken up. But then it seems kind of silly saying it too at the same time.
Well, whenever it does happen, it will be some future now, won't it? And what's the difference between that future now is just a fantasy, but this now is something that's actual. It's actual because there's brain functioning happening now. So the idea of the future is putting it off, isn't it? Okay, this is the moment for suicide, not sometime in the future.
Oh, I just started to get what you're saying. Like,
Putting it
the
off.
belief,
Putting it off.
the belief, yeah, the belief in annihilation is actually the belief that I don't exist is the opposite of a belief that I do exist. I can sense what you're saying a little bit.
It's obvious that the future is a fantasy
Mhm, mhm.
and the past is a memory. So what your current experience is the only thing that's actual. And that current experience is a response to whatever stories are running now. You can see that, I guess. Can you nod if you can see that? Yeah.
And our conditioning, you know.
Well, that's what formulates the stories to be the way they are, I guess, our conditioning.
Mhm.
But what we have is we have some stories running now that we're responding to that's giving us what we call our current experience, what actually being experienced right at this moment. And you recognize that they're stories. You both do, I know that you're responding to. They're kind of a certain, those stories have a certain characteristic that you, let's say, you believe them. That characteristic of belief is about those stories. If I say, just bring in another story, bring in a story that you're already awake. And you go, oh, but that doesn't have the belief characteristic that I want, I need to be able to do that. But if you can imagine that there's a story that you are awake that is true, then you'll be awake, won't you?
You've
Yes,
told
I'm
me
aware.
that before. I've tried, but I can't just pretend. I don't know.
Awake with a contraction that feels like fear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's allowed. That's allowed because you know that contraction is a result of a story.
Yeah, a
You know
story.
that fear is the result of a story. So you're allowed to have that. You can
Yeah,
be awake and have that.
yeah. Yeah, awake with a story, with a contraction of fear. And I know the story attached to that fear is that I don't exist, actually.
Well, yeah, you'll get to a point where exist and not exist are just irrelevant to anything. It's just this. If we're talking about existing or not existing, we're just trying to describe it in some way. But that's not really adequate anyway, is it? We neither exist nor don't exist, nor not exist.
So it's just this with a contraction of fear.
Yeah,
And then this mind makes up a story that that contraction means fear of not existing, but I
Yeah.
already don't exist. I'm just giving meaning to the contraction.
yeah.
And then
Exactly.
I'm looking at the personality and thinking what goes on, and the whole builds a whole story around what about the personality, and will that continue? Will I still know me? Will I just be nothing? And it builds this whole story around this contraction of fear, but I am already awake. I'm already nothing, but the contraction has a story attached to it.
Yeah, perfect. You've
But the
heard,
contraction runs all the time. And like, it's just like, where's the spaciousness? Or is it that the story's just running underneath the scene? And at some level, I feel like it shouldn't be like 100% constant. And maybe that's what, when people talk about spaciousness or glimpses, it's just for maybe just for that split second of now, because it'll just be now, it's gone. I don't know.
Yep.
Well, what I think Ray was saying was sit with the contraction of fear and let go of the story. Because
But
the mind
Shelby,
is making up a story called annihilation.
do you
And
like it?
it's just a story. So just going in and sitting with the contraction of fear, because that's all it is. It's just contraction of fear with a story attached. So let the mind stop chasing itself, chasing its tail, wondering, and just go in and feel the contraction. The story's there to bring up the contraction, and then let the story go and just go into the contraction. And as that contraction is fully felt, then the story flushes with it. Because it's just
But
the
if
story.
you, I kind of think this is just what comes up. If you keep calling that contraction fear, you're keeping that belief as that's what that contraction is. Do you see
Right,
what I
it's just a
mean?
label. Yeah, it's just a
And
contraction.
then it's a
a label.
contraction, like it's just energy or whatever that is doing its thing. And yeah, it feels tight. We describe it as tight and we want it to release, but yeah, I just, because the body as a mechanism does lots of things, and then thought goes, that's what that is, that's what this is, and we put a story on it. So when you have that contraction that you labeled fear, maybe don't call it fear, just go, oh, there's something, a sensation here that,
Yeah,
do you see what I mean? And just stay with the sensation maybe, and try not to label it, and just sit with it that way. Does that make sense?
absolutely. In fact, I can feel the different feelings of the, and then and that without the labels, it's just a multitude of these sensations that go up and down in the core.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
just
just
sensation.
let them get happen, and yeah.
And breathing. Yeah, but totally.
Because I get that sometimes lately where, these stories will come up to that, and then I'll just have these sensations in the body that just sort of, if I just let them and don't label them, it feels like, I don't know, and this is probably a story as well, but it feels like it's some kind of releasing happening. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe it's just repetitive, and that it's just a repetitive movement, but
Well, it would
yeah.
make sense in the story that the contraction would loosen up, because the story that's binding it and the
Well, because we call them
labeling.
contractions, don't we?
and the
Yeah.
labeling would bind it and make it very contracted, and then that eases up because it's not being held together by belief and story and labels.
Yeah.
I have to plug in.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. So whenever Vince, like whenever the thought that of annihilation, and that's whenever that thought comes, then go drop right into the sensations in the body that are associated with that. And that's the now, that's the what's happening.
Yeah, and for both you and Diana, and it's much bigger for Diana, the mind becomes an accomplice to avoid this.
Yes.
And it comes up with some fantastic stories about, well, what if I, what about my kids when I die? Or whatever, that it can suck you in. It is so good at sucking you in. I see the mind lately as a siren, one of those mermaids that sings to the sailors. Yeah, that's what the mind is. It's just so good at sucking you in.
Oh my God. It is just a sensation in the body, all bound up with thought and belief and analyzing, and holy crap.
And if we can separate the sensation from the thought, well, I read something just yesterday somewhere. I don't know who said it, but it was brilliant. And that was that the sensation that comes from the thought validates the thought. And so they seem to be connected. They seem to be intertwined in a way that we can't take them apart, but we can. And when we do, the sensation is just a sensation.
Yeah. And it's, oh my God. And the mind will, yeah, but no, it dance around a little bit. And I'm like, oh, it's really, wow. It is a siren. Wow. Thank you.
Some people, I love the idea. That's a meme, I suppose, that people say after awakening, nothing changes, but everything is different. And I really like that. That's because it feels really accurate to me. It feels really true. Because we see the world from a different perspective.
Oh, the contractions can come and go, but the meaning is
Yes.
seen through. The stories about these and labels about these contractions are seen through. It's just a contraction. It's just a sensation.
And the meaning we put on it before was that what caused suffering. That meaning that we put on it.
And it's like getting wrapped around the axle, because then the mind feels this sensation, gets the label, builds a story, creates more fear for itself, and gets all wrapped around. But when the story is just not believed anymore, and it comes down, and then the label is taken off, and then it's just sensation. And we've been avoiding that with a story, and even making it worse.
Perfect.
With a story.
Yep. And so we can allow ourselves in the beginning, when we suddenly realize that that story was what was keeping us there, we can allow ourselves to feel it without the story, which is the beginning of not feeling it, the beginning of it no longer being required.
Yeah, it's no longer needed.
It was useful in a misguided way. It was useful in that it was attempting to look after you from a perspective where if you go there, there's going to be trouble. So don't go there. So it's trying to stop you from going there. And of course, once you do get there, you
There's
realize
nothing there.
no trouble. There's no trouble at all. Yeah.
Wow. And that's how we keep the self alive.
Absolutely. Yes. Without contraction, there's no self. With contraction, there's no self. There's just an idea.
There's just contraction.
And Diana's sitting there thinking, not me, not me, not me.
No, I wasn't thinking that. I mean, I guess it is beliefs. So when with me, it's always been like, yeah, feelings are strong, and then so I can intellectually get everything, like Jenny's saying, it's true, but okay, there's still a but. I'm not saying it's not me, Vince, but I guess that's a suffering part of life, I guess.
So what's this story about? You get it intellectually. I kind of can't kind of comprehend that one.
Well,
I mean, everybody that gets it, it runs through the intellect as well, doesn't it? So getting it
Yeah.
intellectually is almost a precursor to getting it.
right, it's a
experiencing.
precursor.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not the whole.
No,
Is it-
no, it's just on the way, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, whereas like grokking is like the body too, right? Or it's
Yeah.
you're embodying it.
So you grok that there's no self, don't you?
Yeah.
You see quite clearly that it's just a bunch of stories.
Yeah.
Do you have a contraction that you can identify as a self?
Well, there's contraction. Like that's why when Jenny started to talk, I related to so much of it, you know. Yeah, just recognize that there's stories and feelings and phase and they're usually phase of the future. The past, I'm just like the past almost like it like doesn't exist, even though of course the conditioning from the past would be influencing the present, so to speak. It's always like the phase of future, I guess death, life, I don't know.
So Jenny, I want you to slap Diana around a bit. Slap her across the face and tell her what she needs to know to get out of this crazy storytelling world she's in.
Life and death is a story that's attached to a contraction in the body. And when you realize that life and death is just a story that's believed as a contraction in the body. So the story of life and death is what the mind wants to hang on to and keep creating. But it's just a story of life and death. And so when when Vince first said that, I'm like, I smelled it. I smelled it. And I'm like, okay, wait, there's something here. There's something here. It is right now. It's a story. And it's so believable. And so if everything else is story, why not this too? Why isn't this too? And that contraction is entwined with the story. The story makes it more contracted, and then it labels the contraction, which builds the contraction more. And it's all a story. There's no life or death. But the more we believe that thought, we have a feeling in the body called fear of death. And then the mind goes, oh, I'm afraid of death. And it's all a story. If everything else is a story, why isn't that just a story too? Attached to a contraction. And don't try to understand it, because the mind will only keep wrapping around tighter. You can't understand it. It's a story. Just like all the other stories that you've learned you can't understand. You can't understand this. It's a story, so don't try. Just understand that it's just another story. Let it go, it's a story, and then go into the contraction. And your mind will want to, oh yeah, it's just a story. Feel what that feels like to believe that thought. You go back down into that feeling again. Oh, the feeling again, because the mind wants to grab that feeling and spin a tail.
Jahida, you were smiling there. Tell Diana what you were smiling about.
I actually wrote that down. The mind wants to spin a toy. Spin. I was gonna start to write it down. wants to spin a story to tell a tale. Is that what it was? I don't know. I mean, everything's a story. That's what she's saying, right?
Tell Diana what she needs to hear to wake up now, today, here, right now.
When you tell that story, what's the immediate response in the body? When you tell that story, and then the mind makes up a story about that response. It's all a story. And the mind believes that that response has meaning called I'm going to die or the story, but it's just the mind. When you start to feel, when I start to feel that, and the mind goes, oh, see, I am afraid. And it starts spinning right away, just like that. So it's a story. And then just immediately, as soon as you start to think about life or death, it's a story. No such thing. And then go back into what it's feeling like, what's rising in the body that story seems to spin off of and start going again. And then, oh, it's a story. Come back and feel again. Oh, and it spins off again. Oh, it's a story. Until you can really sit with the sensation in the body that wants to, these stories want to keep spinning. The mind wants to spin these stories off about it and make up this illusion of life and death. Until the mind quiets, and then you're just left with sensation.
Yeah, that for me, Diana, I think that your stories are a way of avoiding the sensation, that you way of taking you away from what you're feeling. Because you're a great storyteller. You're a really good storyteller. You come up with amazing stories all the time. Yeah. So
I
maybe
don't think I
the
am.
key
What?
thing right now is when the moment you recognize the story is running, ask yourself, what's the feeling? What's the sensation that's happening right now? Remember, feeling is sensation plus a story. So if you start with recognizing that a story is happening, then you move to the feeling, and then you separate the story from the sensation and just sit with the sensation right now, doing that right now. What are you feeling in the body? And then what is the sensation?
I mean,
For me, when the feeling would dissipate, because it would dissipate the minute the story got quiet. So I would go back to the sensation, and then it would spin like these little tornadoes of thought. I'm going to live, I'm going to die. Oh, what? And then I would catch it quicker and quicker. So the story actually brings up the sensation, brings it loud. And so I used the stories, it spins these little tornadoes off of it, these little dust devils of, oh, and then what? And it starts to wrap around that, what's it going to be and who and blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, there it is. Or what am I feeling now? And then go back into that. And then when it starts to dissipate, it'll start spinning another little dust devil of thought again. And that thought is an illusion, but it's useful to bring back up this feeling that I'm avoiding feeling. Because as long as the thought keeps spinning, this is still here. And when
so then, was it like a particular feeling you ultimately ended up feeling?
no,
I mean,
whatever you feel.
yeah.
When you tell the story, what does it feel like in your body when you believe that story? When you think of dying, how's that feel in your body? You're thinking of dying and you're thinking, what's going to happen after I die and blah, blah, blah. How's that feel in your body? And then be with that feeling. And then this mind will want to keep singing you away into fears and analyzing and trying to understand. And when the minute you catch your mind trying to tell that story of trying to understand, go, oh, how does it feel to feel so helpless and not understand? And then go back into the body again. Use the story and then let it go and go back into the body again, however it's making you feel when you tell that story.
Mhm. I think I just get numbness. I don't.
And feel
I don't know.
numbness. Then feel
Yeah.
numbness. If that's what's happening, oh, we lost him. Then feel numbness. Because then that's what's happening, numbness. And then tell a story about that. Oh, I'm only feeling
Right.
numbness. I'm avoiding blah, 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 blah. Another story. Your mind is spinning these little tornadoes of story to avoid the what is. And the what is right now, then you feel numbness. And then when you spin another story, then what does that feel like? It's still nothing. Okay, then be with that. And whatever, there's no wrong feeling to have. It's a sensation in the body, and it can feel dead. It can feel numb. It can feel these labels that we put on it. And if you need the label to get to it, that's okay too, because the story will tell it. The mind tells a story called a label. But ultimately, you keep going back, it'll just be sensation.
Mhm. It's hard to say the feeling without a label. Like dread came to mind, that word.
Sit with dread. Sit with dread. One story at a time. If life and death is a story you're dealing with, leave dread alone. Go after dread later. Go after the labels later.
I don't know. This is hard for me.
Then how does hard feel in your body? How does hard feel in your body?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I've just been dissociating from my body, and that's why I have a lot of tension. Maybe that's exactly it. I don't know.
Well, right
Maybe
now,
it's-
what does this is hard feel like in your body right now? This is hard.
it's just okay, like tense. That's just
Where is the tenseness? Where is that tenseness? This is hard.
behind my eyes.
Okay. There you
Mostly
go.
behind my. No,
go.
still there.
That's it. Okay, then that's it. So you be with the tenseness behind your eyes. That's what this is hard feels like. You see, you're already doing it. You're already doing it.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
When Todd helped me, was guiding me to get through the gate, when I thought that I was still a me in this body, I thought that like when he would ask me, but where are you? And I would say, well, here, it's my body. And, I would continuously, he asked me the question, where inside of the body is it being assumed that that's the me? So that's what I kept asking. And every time, it was usually when I would get frustrated that I would go in and say, but where is it? Where is it? And I would say, I would just look without the label, but just, oh, I feel it here. Like I would say like, oh, it's here. It's hot here. It's, there's something here. There's something here. And like, just staying with, there's something here. Like, yeah, I think that if you're noticing, Diana, that you're not able to stay with that,
Mhm.
even if it's grief, like, oh, like, what is that grief? Like, where, like, and that's a good start. Like, you're feeling it in behind your eyes, like, staying with it. The more that I did that,
Mhm.
it was just like a week later that, like, along with all the other questions that we talked about in the meetings. But I mean, now too, when I see other people suffering, and you can see how clear it is that they can't stay within the sensations, and that's why they're suffering, because they're staying with the thoughts about how this shouldn't be like this. The story is this shouldn't be like this, and I'm fucking pissed off that it's like this, and I need to change this, instead of just like, oh my God, what is this feeling inside that's telling me this shouldn't be like this? Where is it? Because it's like we don't want to do that. We don't want to feel that, right? It's always what Pernille says. It's always a diversion. It's always a diversion from just looking and feeling and being with this.
How did you go about your general, like you said you did this for about a week, so is it like really just keeping on coming back to sensations? Like even if you're not,
Yeah.
say, feeling death at the time or fear of death, just, general life. And you're like, you're
Yeah.
seeing, like, say, like, I'm looking at this tree, and then, but the thoughts are like running. Is it like just coming back to the sight, to the sound, to the hearing, to the touch? Like, is that what you did?
I did it because, well, it jump started because of the stress that was coming with my children. Like that, it was in one of the meetings where I was saying to him, but I don't want these beliefs anymore. I don't want the belief that my son shouldn't be on the computer all day because that's causing me suffering. Can I just let go of that belief? And he said, it's not that that's what you believe. It's that you believe that you're the one who has the belief. So every time a trigger would come where I would get pissed off about, usually my kids are the ones that help me. Not that it's their fault, but that was where the frustration would come. And I would, that whenever the frustration would come is when I would focus my attention on where is the one that's assuming to be frustrated right now? Where is it? And I would say it's in my chest. I feel it in my chest. I feel it, and then it would be like wah wah, and I'd be like ah, right, and then you're like wah wah, and then it's soft, and then it fades, and then the next time my kid would do something and I'd be annoyed, I'd say and like I just put myself in that situation. I'm sure other people have done it a different way, but like yeah, just
Yeah.
it would be for me. It was the kids that would
Yeah,
like
because your kids are
even
still
still so.
small. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, like
and
for
even
me, my
still.
kids are, yeah, I know who, for me, my husband and my mother, they're the triggers that just, no matter what, I'll be in a great mood. And like, my husband's the sweetest guy, but it would just be like, you drive me insane. And I've tried to like see what that is, not in a story way, but the sensations as you're saying, but woo, yeah, it's
So
hard, but I see what you're saying.
it was mostly in the hard moments I would do it. I wouldn't do it just like,
Right, yeah,
any other time because it's not really, it's stuff that's,
necessary.
it was when the suffering came the most is when I would look at it. Because when you're not suffering, it's you're going and the thoughts are there,
Yeah.
but
The self isn't
yeah.
really showing up then anyway, exactly.
Yes,
You're with the
right,
flow.
exactly. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
It's very helpful. Yeah, I feel a little bit lighter just talking about this.
How was it when you went through the gate? Or apparently so.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, see, like, I guess, well, I mean, with Liberation Unleashed, I technically haven't. You never heard me joke about the 5-year thread. Paul knows, right? I just, I mean, I just don't even like, I don't know. Me and Vince, I've kind of taken it elsewhere with this. Yeah, because I could answer all the questions. If I had another guide, I could answer all the questions and probably, but I've just always felt like, I don't know, like I'll know for sure. Like Paul, you were talking about that a couple of weeks ago. Like I don't remember the specifics right now what you said, but I think somebody did ask you your story, and I resonated a lot with what you said. And it's different for everyone, right? Like everybody really has a different path. But for I think at least 2 years now, Vince has just been saying that you're awake, you just haven't accepted it. That's why I think he like brought that up, right? So like tell the story that okay, you are awake, meaning me. But I don't know. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. I mean, like Paul, did you have to go through a lot of stuff with sensations or feelings? Yeah.
Fear.
Fear. It's a big one.
But I didn't get into any inquiry. I mean, I wasn't guided actually. I went through the archives and
Right, that was it. Yeah.
popped, but well, I mean, so I never really looked into the sensation. I can tell you that the basis of the realization is when your own thoughts no longer provoke strong emotions.
Right.
And really, if you really, I mean, Liberation Unleashed is cognitive therapy, but nobody will admit it. It's no different than treating post-traumatic stress disorder. You have a thought, an image or something, and there's a strong emotion, could be a disabling strong emotion, fear most of the time. And the idea is to uncouple the image or the thought from the strong sensation in the body. And once that happens, the vicious circle is broken. And what happens is it winds down of its own momentum as the physical sensation dies away. Gradually, the image itself will stop presenting itself, and the nervous system will gradually uncoil from all that. And that's why people, when they get free of the illusion, so many people say, oh, it's so relaxing, or it feels like a weight off. It's because your central nervous system, your fight or flight reflex, is suddenly uncoiling because of that fear is gone, because you see that thoughts are just objects arising in consciousness and that they're not real. And once that emotional content, that emotional connection to every stupid thought comes up, drops away, your nervous system can just kind of relax back into a more natural state, which is what certainly happened for me. It's like a profound relaxation when it happened. And most people report that. So
Right.
and what they do at Liberation Unleashed is really essentially what you have to do, and what you're all doing here in a way, is you challenge people to look at a thought and look at a sensation and say, is there really a connection there? I mean, really? I mean, you got this feeling in your, okay, you got fear. What's fear? Okay, well, it's tightening in the stomach, and it's a tightening in the chest, and it's sweaty palms and all this. You know, if you take away the sweaty palms, is it still fear? If you take away the contraction in the stomach, is it still fear? If you take away the tightness in the chest, is it still fear? What is saying it's a fear? Why does the fact that you put the label fear on it make it anything more than just sensations in the body? So the belief in the story of me, you know, I'm a big believer in the awareness teachings as a starting point. When I get shouted down on that, it seems to be more unpopular these days because there's this myth about the awareness trap, which I think is nonsense. And people are in love with the Fetters model lately, which it's good for what it's good for. But, you know, the awareness teaching's been working for several thousand years, and I stick with what I know. And if you look at what you think you are, okay, forget about the body-mind complex. That's a survival machine. It does what it does. And all this fear of death, if you see through the illusion of Seth, is it's nonsense. I mean, you don't run your heart now. What are you going to do if you see through the illusion of self? You're going to stop your heart? I don't think so. So put the body-mind complex aside. Just look at what is yourself. If you consider yourself a subject in experience, that's where the fear comes from, because you're afraid without the subject, the experience isn't there. If you look at the self as a construction, as an object in experience, then that fear can drop away. Because if you look at your story, your complicated story, and the older you are, the more complicated your story, it's a series of sticky notes that have been stuck to awareness, the background of awareness. And if I start picking off each one of those sticky notes, oh, you're a good mother, you're a good cook, you're a good this, you're not so good at that. If I just sat here, Diana, and just started peeling the sticky notes off of you, you know, at what point would you die? You know, if you weren't a good cook, if I took that away, would you die? No. Okay, well, suppose I take away that you're a good mother. Would you die? No. You existed just fine before you had any stories. When you were a simple little kid rolling around in your world, your whole conceptual world was mommy and daddy. Your world was two objects. And then you added the dog. Your world was three objects. The whole world is conceptual. labels. And you, Diana, are a bunch of conceptual labels. You're an object. The character Diana is an object in experience, just like every other object, just like whatever it is in the kitchen or on the shelf behind you, more objects. So if you look at the character, the creation, the sum total of everything that society has created on me and the sum total of everything I think from my experiences, it's all written upon the background of awareness or knowing awareness, I call it. That's going to be there. It's always been there. It'll always be there. So if you see through your story as just another object that was placed on this, something that's always been here, then you can kind of let go of the fear because you were there before those objects were placed on you. If I sit there and take all those objects away from you, you have any reason to believe you won't be there still? You
I
follow
guess
me?
at that point, yeah, I do. I'm getting everything you say. I guess then if you take it right down, then it would be like fear of loss of the body. So like if any of us here found out tomorrow, okay, we've all been told we have 1 month to live. You're gonna die. It's probably gonna be painful. Let's say I'm just coming up with a scenario. You know what I mean? It's gonna be over. At that point, I think there will be a level of fear for most people. I don't know, maybe some of you guys have zero fear of death. So then it's the fear of the loss of whatever the life consciousness is through this like body right now. Like we each have one, like just like, you know, life's living through my dog, they're sleeping. He
Yes,
doesn't
but
know.
you're talking about something different. You're talking about
I know, I
somebody
just kind
who's,
of led to it because it made me
well,
think.
somebody has told you this physical organism is going to buy it. What I'm talking about is the fear of people that say, if I see through the illusion of self, I might die or I might
Yeah,
lose my
no,
mind.
I'm with you.
Because
I think I just
the
have that
physical
fear
body
of
is
loss.
not the physical body. Consider it the hardware. The software has been planted into you. And when I'm speaking to the death
Mhm.
of the software, that's not the causative of the death of the body. Now, I had the fear, well, if I see through the illusion of self and I lose my mind, you know, I'll be roaming around, digging in trash cans and pushing a shopping cart around and picking up cans and all that kind of, and
Yeah.
that's a common fear. But if you accept the fact intellectually that there is no real self running things from the beginning, things are running fine without the existence of a self. Once you see through it, things are going to run just fine anyway. I mean,
Yes,
I
I don't
never
have that
noticed
fear.
anything.
Yeah, no, and I get that, and I see how people are. Well, because you hear the stories of like some, you know, ancient awakened yogi who's like he can't even feed himself, and his followers have to feed him. Like people fear that sort of stuff. But
Well,
I will.
that's a
Yeah,
jet crash. And you know, if you read Dead Gurus, it'll scare the shit out of you.
yeah,
Because
no,
every dead
exactly,
guru story is like a jet crash and it gets all over the news. But what you don't see is the 10,000 flights that take place successfully every day, take off
exactly.
and land, and everybody goes home to their loved ones. Me, it was a very ordinary experience. There was no jet crash. And a lot of the people out there that are quietly waking up, there's no jet crash. It's just like a wow moment, like, oh, now I see it, and that's it. You know, it's always the jet crash that makes the news, and these
Of course,
great stories from the gurus, that's the ones that get taken down through history.
yes,
You don't read the stories of the ordinary guy that worked at the post office and woke up and then worked at the post office again for another 20 years, never wrote a book, never became a YouTube star. You don't read that story. That doesn't go down in history. Just the jet
exactly.
crashes. So, you know, don't read Dead Gurus. It'll just,
Yeah, yeah,
it's a bad standard to go by. This is very elemental, and they've made it so super complicated throughout time. You know, they should take the word enlightenment and do away with it once and for all. Take it out of the books, take it out of the lingus, out of the language, everywhere, and just call it something else. Call it a realization. Just keep it simple, keep it out of the spiritual. It's a psychological, sociological, physiological happening. It's not spiritual. It's not God. It's not angels. It's none of that other stuff. People overcomplicate it. The problem is language can't point to it because language is inherently divisive. Language
Exactly,
can
and
only
dual.
divide, and it can't point to unity, which is where it's when you say the guru points to the moon and everybody argues over his finger.
Exactly.
It's because language can't do it, but it's the best tool we have. So when everybody's telling you in here, and what happens at Liberation Unleashed, this is a valid argument or a valid proposal in here. Stop with the stories. When you get in a story, stop, look at the sensations in the body and say, what is it that says that's fear? What is it that says that's wrong? It's just a sensation in the body. Because
Mhm.
when you get lost in, when you go back to the head time and time again, that's where suffering resides.
Mhm. Yeah, and self-judgment, and somehow you're like judging the self, which doesn't even exist. It's so
All in the
silly.
head, all in the
Yeah,
head,
it's all in the
all in the
head.
head.
Yeah.
When I was talking about the story of death, it was also leaving the body. Like when this body dies, then what will happen to the me? And the story, that's a story, because even life and death of the body is a story at a certain level. I mean, it's not something maybe seen right away, but because there was a fear of dropping the body and then non-existence, that story is still a contraction. Even that's a contraction in a story, because there's no self here to lose when the body drops. So even that contraction has a story spinning off it. It's just
Well,
a contraction.
you know, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but because this is kind of an entry level forum, but
Hmm.
the story of death in the body, keep in mind, ultimately, it all goes back to all existence is conceptual. Everything. What existence was there before you were taught what existence was? In other words, you have a story that you were born and you were crawling around on the floor. At some point in time, this story of you appeared in the world and all the labels and all of that. And a story of you're going to be born and you're going to die. And you look in the mirror and you say, well, I'm getting older. There's no evidence that any of that is necessarily true. And because you can say, and physicists will tell you that time doesn't actually exist, there's nothing to say that everything that exists is only existing right now. And there's just one huge story of right now. You don't know that anything else will ever happen. And this is
I
conjecture
know.
stories. This is just going too deep, probably. But the stories that are created are fear-based, and that's all survival of the body. Everything is
Right.
fear-based stories. So, you need to stay in the good crowd in school. You don't want to get marginalized, or you'll get into drugs and alcohol and everything else. You're just taught fear all the way. You're taught stories, fearful stories for survival of the organism, which 90% of that isn't necessary for survival of the organism. So you've got all this fear programming going on that's really not that necessary anymore. And that's why I say when you disconnect the thoughts from the sensations, then the thoughts about the stories about death and every other fearful story stops churning up all that emotional turmoil, stops turning on your fight or flight nervous system, and you can relax for once in your life if you live in Western society. What we're doing here, this isn't a problem. They don't have forums like this in some of the less developed countries. These people out in the jungle and stuff, they don't have esoteric conversations about the self, and they don't even
I
know
know.
they wouldn't know what the hell we're talking about, because nobody's ever created that illusion in them. So
Mhm.
it's largely a societal creation. The self is a societal creation. And once you get
Yes.
over, once you accept the fact that the self, as you think it is, this what I call the action figure in a biography, once you get
Yes.
over the fact that it's an object in consciousness and not the true subject, which is that which knows of everything, a lot of that fear can drop away.
Mhm. So
That
you
the
don't think
idea
there's
of the
any,
subject is very, very dear to people.
yeah, but then you're talking about like your awareness and consciousness, which does kind of always has resonated with me. But, and I know where you were going when you said, like, people say, you know, it's a trap, whatever, but then you can almost see how if all the time you do identify with pure existence, consciousness, awareness, whatever it is, which is what has been there since, well, forever, then do you see that there's a danger to becoming identified with awareness itself?
Awareness, the awareness trap, it can be two things as I perceive it. One is someone that's so intellectually steeped in all of this that they've
Yeah.
got an intellectual realization that the self character isn't real. And so they identify as, I can only be awareness. If the self is unreal, then I must only be the background of awareness. That's an intellectual trap, and I can understand that. When the realization happens, there's two things present right now: a belief in this self character and that which knows of the belief in the self character, which is the background of consciousness or whatever. That is an active thing. It's not an identity. Awareness itself, people want to call it an object because it's an object or a noun in the dictionary. Awareness is alive and moving. It's seeing, tasting, touching. Those are all active processes. So awareness is actually a catch-all term for what is happening. That's it. That's not an identity. And I don't see how you can get trapped in it other than when people first go through the gate, and this happened for me, when you see through the unreality of the character, you're sitting there and you're saying, well, if I'm not that, what the fuck am I? And what's left is, well, I'm seeing, I'm tasting, I'm touching. That's awareness. That must be what I am. But it doesn't hold, and you can say you're identifying as awareness like that, but it doesn't mean anything because it doesn't have any emotional pull anymore. Like if you say I'm not a self, I'm not Paul, well, fear comes up, all kind of emotions. But if you tell me I'm not awareness after I've seen through the illusion, it's like, okay, well, I get it. It's just an intellectual construct anyway. There's no real pull to it. So it doesn't, awareness, even as an identity, it doesn't have that strong emotional component that the illusory self does. You follow me? It's like, you can call me fried chicken if you want. It's all the same. I'm not that character, Paul. So call me anything you want. It's just an existential label to say, this is all that's left when that character is seen through. There's just what's happening, really. And so I think and really that idea that I am awareness, that just kind of falls away. I mean, I've never really thought of it as a real trap. It's a landing place because people want that security. And when you see through the illusion of self, a lot of people say they're falling, and oh, I am awareness. It's a good landing place temporarily to ease some of that fear of, oh, I'm not that anymore. What's going on? But it falls away. So I've never considered it a problem, even though people seem to think it's a big thing. But it's not my
That
opinion.
makes sense. Yeah, how you explain that makes sense to me.
So what is it? Tell me, what is it with you? Yes, Diane, I'm speaking to you. What is it?
Nah,
What's the
I
hold
don't,
up?
what is it and what do you mean, what is it?
What's the hold up? What is it? What is it that keeps the seeking going with you?
Maybe the feeling of like how you said, not so much as you said a pop, because again, it's not like I'm expecting, but it's like a relaxation, a release of the contraction of like, just for that, I don't know, like, I feel like at some level, there will be like, I'll be like, yeah, I know. Like, so, because like, I've seen through so much, and there is like this gradual non-attachment to most stories now in my life, and which I think was why now I just got down to the fear of death one. But I don't know what it is really that so there, it is an expectation. There is some expectation of like, and you just described it, that like relaxation, that like, you don't realize how much energy your whole life takes with this self. So I feel like that is still there. That's what it is with me, I think. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Is it the contraction? This is going to be kind of a strange question. Is it a situational contraction or is it an existential contraction? Because a situation can cause contraction. You know, you can still get nervous and contracted about situations in life. I have a business, you know,
Right, and
things
I
go
do too.
wrong.
Yes.
And if you have a lot going on, so you can have contractions just from the stresses of life. And what I'm asking you is, when I say, is it an existential contraction? Is it that fear of existence, or is it just other fears of, well, the kids won't do right, or I won't get this done in life, or what kind of
Yeah,
fear
I think
is it?
it's situational. It is the more situational, a lot in life going on. It's only recently I started to kind of, like, I lost my dad about 2 years ago. I see my mom getting older. Like, I guess there is that part of just seeing how short the whole, I guess, existence of life is. Yeah, I did start to think about like, okay, well, what if I really was told that I was gonna die in a month? Would a lot of fear come up? And I came up with yes, it would. Like, so I used to be able to say, oh, I don't think I'm really afraid of death. But I started to really think about it, and I was like, so I guess that is like, I know it's kind of cliche, would be like, oh, okay, it's not that I'm afraid of death. I just don't want to suffer. I don't want the pain of like, you see people who go through 3 years of dying, and I'd be like, I just want to die in my sleep. I'm not afraid of anything to do. I don't have any religious beliefs, things like that. Most of my fears are situational, but there is an existential fear, I guess, of this body not existing. That does bring up visceral fear, I guess, and more of pain and suffering than the actual, like, death. I don't know if any of that makes it clear.
No, that makes it clear. I mean, everybody, that's what I'm saying. Those are still situational fears.
Yeah,
The idea of death,
right.
disease,
Getting
disability,
older, exactly.
they're all still situational fears. What we try to get at, and we tell people that's a normal fear. I don't know that you can ever get away with that,
Right.
although it does seem to relax some. But it's the existential fear that people have, that we focus on, that just, and it's two types with most people. It's, if I see through the illusion of self, I will die, as if
Mhm.
that self is making this
Yeah, no,
whole
that's gone with me.
speculatory. That's ridiculous, of course. And the
Yes.
other fear is that they will lose their mind. People who are more physically oriented have the fear of death. The people more
No.
intellectually oriented have the fear of losing their mind. And
Uh,
Liberation
I have
Unleashed just
none of
works
those
on
things.
that. That's,
Well, I think
you
that's
just
why
have
I
to
guess
take it down gradually, and you're doing that. I have every confidence that one day, you might just be sitting on the porch watching your dog take a crap, and bam.
Yeah.
Your type with the defense mechanisms, you're the type that it hits when you're not in inquiry. Just like, I don't think this is going to wake you up in this group, but you may
Right.
you may go sit out back, and 3 days from now be drinking a Coke on the porch, and a bird song wakes you up, because the
Yeah.
defense mechanisms are what you are most of the time. When that
Mhm.
defense rises up against, oh, I am a self, That is the self. Those strong
Right.
emotional feelings of I am a self. It's not the thought that's the self, it's those strong emotional feelings, the fears and stuff, the emotions that come up when that's challenged that becomes the self. That's why most people, and I've read through most of the threads in Liberation, most or all of the threads, most people do not actually get it actively doing the exercises that the guides are giving them. Most people that get it actually get it when they're away. They've been doing the exercises, but they're away from it. Because when you're doing the exercises, you get defensive about the whole thing. Oh no, what's going to happen? Is this exercise going to wake me up or whatever? And the exercises are doing what they're supposed to do, but it's when the defense mechanisms absolutely drop. It's that innocent moment when they're
Yes.
probably not doing it. And that's why one of the questions, and I did research on this one time, one of the questions at Liberation Unleashed is, what was the last thing that pushed you over? And
Yes.
it was almost unanimous, and this was through 150 archives, it was, and guiding through it was almost unanimous. A high percentage say that it was something other than doing the exercise.
Yes.
Some people would say, well, it was the hand thing or this, that. No.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly, it was people saying, I was washing the dishes. I was giving the
Yeah.
dog a bath. I was sitting on the porch and a bird was singing out there. I was walking out into the woods. It's, you see what I'm saying? The defense mechanism, the defense mechanisms are frequently the biggest obstacle to it. So, what I would suggest for you is, just be with, if you get some quiet moments, which I know you probably don't get a lot,
But
go sit
I
out
do
on the,
something. Yeah.
just go sit, and when these stories start winding up, and it's a habit is what it is, when these stories start winding up and you start getting the sensations, just like everybody says in here, look at the sensation, go back to the sensation in the body and see if it's really connected to the story, or if the story should be causing that. Just try to focus on the sensation in the body and stay out of your head. That's what most of what we do over there is, to try to get people out of their head, because that's where the trouble starts.
And everybody's so in their head. You just, take a look around life, and you literally see people walking down the streets and their mouth is moving because they're just always in their thoughts, right? Yeah, I mean, and I've had an active mind since a child, and maybe some people do have more active minds than others.
Well, it's the belief in the thoughts. When people say they identify with my thoughts, and they come in to non-dual inquiry, and they frequently say my thoughts are bugging me, or my thoughts are bothering me, or my thoughts are tormenting me, meaning this voice in the head, maybe in the head or maybe verbal, is causing disabling emotions in the body. It's the belief really that the voice is this independent, that's who they are. There's actually a literal belief that this talking head is who they are,
right?
But it's not. That's just, that's just a small area of the brain for communication, imparting communication to other people, giving information to other people. It's
the
not
default mode network, or whatever they call
everything you are happens very quietly, and it's sent to a very small part of the brain to communicate. The whole of what you are is 5% of the brain is responsible for this talking head, which is responsible for 95% of the suffering of humanity. And
I know.
And it's just a belief built up over time, and it just has to be whittled away over time. It's I think Liberation Unleashed does as good a job as anybody at it, just forcing people to look. Is that thought real? Does that thought have any power? Does that thought know anything? Does it know anything? Does one thought know about the thought that follows it? They know nothing. Your most valuable thought, if you wrote it on the board, I am Diana, look at it. Does it know anything? Does that thought in and of itself know anything? No,
No.
it doesn't have any power. How can it? It doesn't. It has no. It knows nothing. It has no power. A thought is just no different from any other object arising in experience, but people give
Right.
it a lot more importance than it should. You know, do I give this staple puller any importance? No.
Mhm,
It's the same with a thought. They don't.
mhm,
The good stuff happens quietly, not
mhm.
not in the talking head.
It's so true. I mean, everybody knows that too. If you're playing a game, let's say you're playing pool, you start to overthink it, you're shooting, you know what I mean? Then you don't do as well. And then when you don't think about it or you take a break, you come back the next day and you're like, wow, everything's just coming. There is some sort of like something else that is beyond thought, which I think comes back to like the awareness, though, like lifing. There's, you know, I guess that's why artists talk about the muse, or, you know, like everything happens, all the good stuff comes from that place that you can't, that language can't even get to, because you can't even explain, which is, I believe, how nature and animals operate most of the time, you know. You know, you look at horses in the pasture just there doing what they do all day, and it's just peace. I guess for me, that's like I've always just had this desire for just like people want. I just say I just want peace, which I know is like there, but it's like I just
Well, language is a survival tool, not a happiness tool.
exactly. It's part of evolution, I think.
Well,
It's very
we're social animals. Communication is essential for social animals, and that's all thoughts are. Is I'm taking information that I have and providing it to the tribe for survival, because it enhances my ability to survive. But that's all they are, is just communications. Um,
true. And
but when
animals have that too.
but the habit is to start believing the self-critical thoughts, which is all from fear-based conditioning. Most of
Yes.
our thoughts are self-critical because of the way we're brought up with fear-based
Yes.
conditioning. And then you start believing that that thought is an entity talking to you, and you
Yeah.
start having emotional reactions, and it's good for survival, I guess, but not good for happiness.
Mhm. Yep. Yep. Yep.
So you just have to look closely at thoughts and analyze them. You know, do they really have any power over you, or are they just, you know, more
Mhm.
stuff wandering around consciousness?
Mhm. Well, as Vince says, 99% of them are useless, and then, you know, there are definitely some useful ones in there, which sometimes tends to be like a gut or an intuition would come to you, and then it comes as a thought, because that's how it has to come into this world. But it's almost like wisdom. I kind of like, you know, like I like to use the word wisdom in that sense, when sometimes you know what to do and it's beyond thought almost, you know, and it's more of a feeling of lightness, expansion, not contraction. Yeah, actually, just thought of that. The thoughts seem to, for me, like the thoughts that the suffering thoughts are definitely more tense and contracted. Whereas, like, if I feel something comes up and I get like a little hit of wisdom, that's almost like for me to describe it, I'll have to put it into a thought, but it's like something before that that hits, and it feels like right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, thoughts are really, if you look
Cool.
at thoughts and speech, thoughts are a translator. That area of the brain is a translator. What is going on with you, and you that knows and functions and everything else, doesn't speak in language. It's all electrical impulses. You know, if you put one of those skull caps on and turn it on, it would sound like white noise, a lot of popping and stuff. That goes to the is translated when the information needs to be provided to somebody else. It goes to the speech center, and the information data that you have that nobody else has sent to the speech center, and it's translated to the tribe, given to the tribe, and the tribe benefits from your information. That's all thought is just a communication tool. But when you start vesting it, the voice, whether it's silently in your head or whether you're speaking, when people start vesting the voice with agency, or that's who I am, I'm identified with that, that's where the suffering starts.
Yes. I find Paul Hedman very helpful in this sort of stuff. Even like when you said action figure a while ago, I think he uses that too. And like like definitely.
I got that from a guy named Paul Hedman. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying. Paul Hedman.
Okay. Paul Hedman
Yeah.
is a non-dual teacher, and he is
Yes,
the perfect
fantastic.
example of how not to live a life. Just bad addict, alcohol, drugs,
Yep.
everything, used to
Yes.
find himself out in the gutter and everything else.
Exactly.
And he gives 12-step programs on YouTube as well, but he's one of
Yes.
the best and
I think
most
so.
down to earth non-dual teachers. And that's what he calls it. When you're in action, it's the action
Mhm.
figure,
The
just
action
like in a
figure.
comic book. And when you get enlightened or you have the realization, he says, you're the action figure traveling lighter, which is so,
Right.
so
I haven't heard that. I've heard this whole
it's,
like sheep and lion story. He loves to give that one and that one. But I also highly recommend him for getting this. He has a way of putting these little stories, and he's hilarious too, right?
Yeah.
If anybody
Yeah, he
doesn't know him,
has a great sense of humor, and that's
Yes.
refreshing because a lot of non-dual teachers, I don't know,
yes,
a lot
they're
of them
so
seem kind of humorless about a lot of things. But
uptight. Yeah.
he's the one that gave the analogy about all spiritual practices, which is very true. Since we're on the subject of him, is whenever you say, I am going to do this to get enlightened, I am going to meditate, I am going to a satsang, I am going to sit in silence, I am going to pray, I am going to. So whenever you say I, the trap door shuts before you
Right.
ever get to the rest of it, because the
Exactly.
presumption is the trap that I am going to do anything. And
Yes.
that's something he said that has always stuck with me. Once you set out to do something, you're already trapped. And
Yes.
now that's kind of a paradox. And you say, well, where do you go with that? I mean, how do you get around that? But it just makes you look at the fact that I am going to meditate. Well, am I really going to meditate, or is there just going to be a sitting down and some practice is going to be taking place wherein there's a meditative word or breath is watched or something like that? It's just, he continually points back to the fact that anytime you assume the subject, you're trapped already. So go back,
Exactly.
try to get in front of it, is what he always says, which I've always
Right.
found was kind of useful analogy.
Mhm.
Am I doing this, or is it just happening? Am I
Exactly.
beating my heart, or is it just happening? Am I breathing, or is it just happening? Is experience happening? Am I controlling experience, or is it just happening?
Mhm.
Am I in control? When you open your eyes in the morning, life is coming at you fast and furious. You're
Yeah.
reacting. You're never
Yeah.
really acting. You're reacting to life. So,
Yeah.
the illusion of control falls away just as easily when you see you're just trying to keep up. This
Mhm.
independent act of will, the independent act of will is just keeping up with life, because life says you keep up with me or you don't. And so
Yeah.
that survival imperative is what drives you every day. So, there's a lot to look at, but you keep looking back at the presumption of subject every time it comes up. The presumptions that, just ask yourself, does this activity need a me? Really? Does eating need a me? Does eating a chicken sandwich need a me? Or is it just going to the refrigerator, a sandwich is picked out, and eating takes place? When you really start looking, you see that this idea of I or me is really unnecessary, really, really unnecessary in just about every instance.
Mhm.
It's the little common everyday examples. And that's That's the way a lot of people wake up. It's the simplest things. They'll be doing something and then they'll just say, well, I just realized, there was no me washing the dishes, no me watching the dog on the porch. So, you just have to kind of relax and keep looking, but relax, and sometimes you just kind of let it sit with you.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, it's all very helpful. It's the part that whenever the part that feels helpless or some worry about the future, I guess that is just right there is me. It's that part that's, the lifing at that. It's just the fears are the thoughts that are not real. But because, sometimes life presents you with challenges, and you want to figure it out or you really believe it, but it really is no different for just like you don't need a meat eater sandwich. And most of the times, even the big stuff in life, after you realize, well, it wasn't the little me that figured it out anyway. Somehow it got figured out.
Right. It gets figured out. And what you call the little me is simply the translator announcing it.
Exactly.
The thoughts are not figuring out anything. I am
No.
Paul. I am Paul. That thought knows nothing. I am Paul. I am going for a walk. I am Paul knows nothing. I am going for a walk knows nothing. I am Paul. I am Paul knows nothing of the thought I am going for a walk. Now you hear that and you say, well, Paul is thinking, but that's an announcement. The thinking is going on here.
Exactly.
The thoughts are not figuring out the sequence of events. I am Paul did not decide, the announcement I am Paul did not decide to go for a walk.
Right.
That was an announcement. And then there was another announcement. There was an announcement that I am Paul, and another announcement that I'm going for a walk, and another announcement that I'm going to go to the post office. But none of those thoughts knew of the existence of any of the others. Thoughts know nothing. You have to keep that in mind and that's why Vince and all them, we keep saying thoughts are such nonsense, they're such nonsense. And what we're trying to portray is that thoughts really don't know anything. They don't know shit. They know nothing. But you'd be surprised how many people you say kind of thought think, and people will say, yeah. And I'm like, what? Where did you get that? What book did you read which was wrong? So, once you accept the fact that thoughts know nothing, it can kind of start sinking in that, well, that's not really thinking. And that's another mistake. If I say I am Paul quietly in my mind, and that's a thought, I'm thinking I am Paul. That's what they say. If I say I am Paul, I am speaking. The truth is, when I am Paul appears inside the head, it's just speaking without externalizing it. It's not thinking. You see what I'm saying? The announcement comes inside the head, whether you verbalize it or not, it's still just an announcement. So when people say, oh, because I'm not speaking out loud, I'm actually thinking this.
Exactly.
It's not thinking. Thinking happens quietly. Decisions happen quietly. Data comes in, it's put up against a known database of facts. Signals are sent to the motor skills of the body and reaction takes place. And if something has come in that needs to be given to the rest of the tribe, it's sent to the speech center and that information is shared. But everything you are is quiet. It doesn't speak.
Yeah, that feels right. Because we're wired for language, and language is by its nature dual. So, but it is hard I've tried to just do like a simple task, like, making a cup of tea, and it's almost impossible not to notice that like narration that will take place. Like to try to do it without any language, I think to me it's impossible as humans. Well, maybe there's some people that can do that, but it's just interesting to see.
It's a habit, and it's like it. And I've noticed that that internal monologue or dialogue tends to die down.
That's what I was gonna
It's
ask
because
you.
the emotional content that's tied in, and this is what I'm getting at, the narrator of experience, the talking Diane, that talking brings up all kinds of emotional reactions. As you detach the thoughts from the emotional reactions, the thought circle tends to diminish because it's not stimulating that emotional reaction that feels normal. You know, people live in a constant state of anxiety and they think that is normal in
Yeah,
Western society. And is it any wonder that drug addiction, alcohol addiction, sex addiction, every other type of addiction,
exactly.
people are trying to, they don't know what's wrong with them. They tell the
Mhm.
doctor, I don't know what's wrong. It's just like an itch I can't scratch. Well, you're in a constant state of stress. And but everybody's like that. So it's
Yes.
taken as normal, but you're
Hormone.
not normal. You're in a state of stress all the time. So
But
when
you
you
said
finally
detach. So
see
how
through
do you
thought,
detach?
huh?
So let's just say take it something silly and you're like doing something in the kitchen and you know you drop something in your foot. So you might your voice might just go, oh, like that was dumb, Dan, or whatever, like something really silly like that. So you notice it happen, like how Vince would say you notice, but you said before like you would detach the thought from the emotion. And is that getting back to like what Jenny was saying earlier then? So that you're seeing the thought pattern. Okay, how does it feel? Like how do you, because that is a lot of it where the thoughts are just all combobulated with the feelings and the emotions. And it's
You
hard
look
sometimes.
constantly and look at thought and see at the emptiness of thought. Because when you look at this voice, this thought as being you, when you say I'm identified with my thoughts, people are actually identifying in a way with the voice, that it's like an agent and like it's actually thinking,
No, but
which it's
say you're
not.
past that. You're not identifying with it, but you're noticing that it's there. Like I think I'm not. I don't believe that voice is like a real self, but it's still like it still talks a lot. Let's say, right? It announces, as you said.
Right.
So, and there would be like feelings in there. So emptiness of thought. That I don't know. I don't know if I can always get to that, noticing that the thoughts are empty. So it is like at first a constant vigilance, if you want to get to this.
Well, look
Or
at
it
it like
might,
no two thoughts are connected. No two thoughts know anything of each other. No thought knows anything. It doesn't know of any other thought. And the fact that when you talk, it all makes sense and everything doesn't mean the thoughts are knowing of each other and formulating anything. Those are just announcements. The thinking is quiet. Thoughts, that's why I say thoughts, each individual thought, if you put the thought, I am Diana, up on a chalkboard or on a whiteboard and look at it, what qualities does it actually possess? Does it have any knowledge? No. Does it have the power to do anything? No. It's empty. It doesn't really have any power to do anything. So if you keep looking at thoughts as being ultimately empty, then it stops that emotional churning. It's just a process of cognitive therapy, really, where the feelings decouple from the thoughts. That's actually what's going on. Is you're curing humanity of something of a delusion.
a mass delusion.
A survival tool that has an inherent cost is the way I look at it.
Right.
The survival is the benefit. Unhappiness seems to be the inherent flaw in the whole thing.
Mhm.
Oh, that's my picture of it anyway.
Yeah, no, I resonate with a lot of well, pretty much everything you said.
Well, I talk from a background of psychology, and some knowledge of neurology and physiology, and from a physical scientific point of view. Now, if you just want to stay with the Buddhist philosophy and Advaita Vedanta and all that, where they don't get into all that, a lot of people like that because they think of this as a spiritual journey. And if I say it's really not a spiritual journey, they get offended or something. You know,
Right.
it's been a
Yeah.
spiritual. I was on a spiritual journey for 35 years, and then I saw that it wasn't, and it was kind of a jolt. But you know, it doesn't. If you had told me that I wasn't on a spiritual journey when I was in the spiritual journey, I might have been offended. But you know, looking back now, I can see that was
Yes.
there's nothing to do with spirit. You know, just the
Yes.
fact that non-duality came up in a spiritual environment because we didn't have a science base to support it doesn't really make it spiritual. It's just that was the only place for it to be. You know, if you
Yeah,
went around the
completely
village
agree.
if you went around the village talking about no self, they sent you out to live with the priest. You know, hey, y'all do something with him. We can't handle him here. He's talking crazy. So,
Yeah.
you know, and that takes the mystery out of it because it's not spiritual. It's just you were programmed psychologically, sociologically, and this is kind of an undoing of what's been created, which is a useful survival tool, but a bad happiness tool.
Mhm.
But the
So it is
basis
an
of it,
unlearning.
it is.
Unlearning. Yeah.
It is. You just have to constantly look at the emptiness of thought. That's the way it comes unglued from everything, and that's ultimately what you want, because the body will restore itself, the nervous system will restore itself once this is seen through, or as normal as it can be, you know, depending on your environment. So when you
Mhm.
get caught up in these thought loops, just stop yourself sometime
Right.
and just look at it and say, does that actually know anything? Does, you know, just look at thought. Always look at the nature of thought, at the emptiness of it,
Mhm.
and it'll come to you one day.
Mhm. It's definitely an unfolding for some people, like, gradual, like the wheel takes a while to stop spinning. And I think that's kind of how it has been for me. But
Well,
yeah.
you're lucky, and I'll tell you
Really.
why. All of y'all are so lucky. When I say it was 35 years for me, I started when I was in my 20s, and there was no Eastern influence anywhere. Just my journey for most of the time was getting books from an occult bookstore in New York City. Eastern religions
Right.
were considered the occult. And so my whole journey was just like a slow roll up until really about the last year, when a lot of this non-dual content became available on the internet.
Yes.
Because even back in 2012, when I really started rolling with this, there were only like 5 or 6 non-dual providers on the internet. Some YouTube, Adi Ashanti was up there, Tony Parsons was up there, Byron Katie had some stuff out. There was a place called Conscious TV, a couple of other
Yeah.
content providers, and then it kind of rolled out. With what is available to people nowadays, there's no reason that this thing can't turn into a wave in no time at all. I mean, just me and Vince. I mean, you know, Vince told you he was on the path a long time. It's a slow grind, is what we went through. I mean, I see kids over at Liberation Unleashed, you know, going through this process, and they've got all this stuff available to them, and waking up in a fairly short period of
I
time.
know.
So it's the time for it to happen. The resources are there. I'm just amazed at the resources that are available to people these days that weren't.
I was asking Chat GPT to tell me some non-dual stuff. I said, give me like a non-dual bedtime story. And it literally wrote the most beautiful thing out. It was like pretty much everything that Paul's been talking about, and it put it in a little story about a little boy. So it's like, imagine that's where we are, where we can literally ask, our computers through artificial intelligence to tell us about non-duality.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't
Just
I,
a fun one to point this.
I wouldn't fool with the artificial intelligence. First of all, what you have up here, it still exceeds anything they have on computers.
Oh yeah, no.
Why
But
would
my
you
point
argue?
is just the availability of like as you said, like what young people have today. So you do see a lot of people in their 20s waking up. I mean, nobody I know in physical person. I don't know if you guys find, like, I don't have a lot of people in my life I can talk to about any of this stuff. It's only online around where I live. I mean, maybe some of the people are awake, who knows, right? I guess nobody
There's
really knows.
some young people. Mostly it's most people that come to this come as a result of suffering.
Yes, of course.
And generally the longer you suffered, the more you're compelled to come into the non-dual inquiry. I mean, and really there are a lot of people that come to non-dual inquiry who just have really just straight up psychological problems that would be handled just as well with a therapist. And they're really, and we see them over at the forum sometimes. I've had a couple of them, and
Mhm.
the bar for them for enlightenment is relief of suffering from
Yes.
chronic depression or something like that. And they're not going to get that. I'll stay with them as long as as they want to stay there. But non-duality, it's its own thing, and it's not the field of psychology, even though people approach it with a lot of that. And I think your better non-dual teachers will say, well, that's really kind of a psychological issue. It's not really a non-dual question. If you tell me I have a problem with my mother, a psychologist will go into your relationship with your mother. I'm going to say, what is it that thinks or says
Exactly.
that you have a mother? You see, it's not the same
Yeah,
inquiry.
therapy seems to get into a lot of stories. I always feel like people, they're in therapy for whatever, decades, and it's like, you probably get some benefit from it, but you're just going into stories of why things happened and blah, blah, blah. I feel like if there were some non-dual therapists, it could probably do a lot of good.
There are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're out there. I knew one
What?
years ago. I don't know what happened to him, Dr. Gregory, and he had a very successful practice. His idea was you're trying to repair a self that doesn't exist. Why not just show that there is no self?
Exactly.
Now, there are limitations to that approach because trauma in the body has to be dealt with. Just saying,
True.
well, there is no self that has this trauma. It's got to be
Yes.
dealt with. But his approach was first look at what is having the problem and then look at the trauma itself. And over the course of a while, I think he turned it into a very successful practice. But his problem is that's outside of the standard of care in the United States. That's not the way
Right.
you approach psychological or psychiatric problems, and he can get sued for an approach like that. So you're not going to
Right.
find many non-dual practicing psychiatrists or psychologists because of the standard of care in the United States. They're not allowed to take that approach of no self. Now
Probably
you'll see
most
that.
countries too.
I
I
think
would
they're
think most Western countries.
less strict over in Europe, and you probably see more of it over there, but you won't see much of it you won't find one down the street from you in the United States.
No, Holland seems to have a lot of non-dual teachers. I don't know if it's in therapy, but they definitely seem to have some thinkers in Holland that they really get this,
Therapists.
But no, I don't know if they're therapists. No, I just noticed like
A lot of
no, just
people in Holland.
teachers.
I didn't get what you said. A lot of people in Holland get this.
Yeah, like I feel like not necessarily. I don't know if they're in therapy. I just feel like general, like I don't know if the general population, but I have noticed that there's been a lot of speakers, non-dual speakers and such that seem to have been from Holland.
There is actually a very strong presence of non-duality over in the Netherlands, and I know that
Yeah, that's
for
what
a fact.
I'm.
I talked to a psychologist who's from where is she from? I think she's from Holland. She was a practicing psychologist, and we were talking about some theory one time online, and she said that there were several very prominent non-dual writers over there, but none of them are published in English. She said they're
Right.
really they woke her up. They weren't English speaking or anything else, and the work hasn't even been translated into English. So
Right.
that this movement is taking place all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, we got people from all over the world coming in to Liberation Unleashed. I mean, it's just everywhere. We don't have enough language
Yeah.
speaking guys to deal
I
with
mean,
it all.
even Ilona and Elena, right, who started it, there were like Elena's Russian, and where is Ilona from? But it's Eastern Europe, right?
Right,
It is.
right,
It's everywhere.
right, right.
Well, even
It's
if you go back into like Christian mysticism, like I did a couple courses back when I was in university, and years ago in Canada, but like people like Meister Eckhart, and they were kind of like saying the same thing as a lot of these non-dual teachers. Came back to a lot of like no self and oneness. Like it is amazing to me how it's always comes down to this like one, what non-dual.
it all points to the same thing. And the reason I
Yes.
say I came up through when I went through Christian mysticism was when I started my journey. And it's somewhere I discovered the Eastern religions. But when I say the Eastern religion, I mean the Hindu religion, because I actually started looking at the Hindu masters and came up from that side, not the theory of Hinduism or the religious
Yeah,
worship,
yeah,
but
the
the
actual.
gurus. I really didn't even know much about Buddhism until after I had the realization. But when I go back now and look at the titles of some of the books I still have, whether it was a guru that came up in the Hindu shamanism, I've looked at all the world
Shamanism too.
religions, they're all pointing to the same thing,
Yep.
which is the non-dual experience, which is
Yes.
what we're all
Yeah.
talking about here, is seeing that the cause of suffering is the belief in this illusory self. So they're
Yes.
all, once again, everybody, all the gurus point to the moon, but everybody wants to argue about their finger,
Yep.
which
Yep.
is the best
What did they say?
analogy I've ever heard.
Many wells, one river. Your well might look totally different to my well, but it's the same water source ultimately. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Well, it's good to, I'll say this, it's good to get a wide variety. And Liberation Unleashed has this thing, put aside all other spiritual practices, which I don't agree with. They're going to go out there and do what they're going to do anyway. They're going to watch Eckhart videos, and they're going to watch
Yes.
Byron Katie videos. They're going to
Yes.
do what they're going to do during the inquiry anyway. But I find when I wander around sometimes and listen to different non-dual teachers, I think it's very valuable. And if you find one that you particularly resonate with, that's the one you need to pay attention to, because there is some value. They all point at it differently, but there's
Yes.
always some. I still get insights wandering around, listening to some of these non-dual teachers, and I'll be like, wow, that's an interesting way of looking at it. And we're all
Right.
looking at the same thing and pointing to
Yeah.
it, but there's so many different conversational styles and analogous styles and using different metaphors. If you find somebody that you really resonate with, that's the one you need to pay attention to and concentrate on, because that message goes in past
Exactly.
a lot of the defense mechanisms and gets in there where it needs to be, where it really stirs things up and dismantles things. Do you have a favorite online guru that you watch?
I think Paul Hedeman, he's the one that gets, I guess, what he says the most. Yeah. There's a couple, but Paul Hedeman for sure.
Yeah, I really like him. Really
And
like him.
I really like him too. Have any of you guys, do you know of him, Paul Hedeman? Anybody else know him? Yeah.
No.
And he came from that whole like addiction, as you say.
Yeah, he does
AA.
12-step YouTube videos.
Yeah,
He has and if you ever hear him tell the story of his life, it's like he's the poster child for how not to live a life.
I know.
It's incredible what he's come back from.
Exactly.
And
He's very lovable. Something
yeah.
about him. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's so relaxed about it because he gets it so clearly that relaxation comes. And when that relaxation comes, you see what a fucking joke you were. What you
Yes.
thought you were, this character that was so serious about everything. Even now, when I look back at how serious I was about myself, sometimes I
Yeah.
still laugh and say, how could I take that so seriously? I mean, that's not what life is about. And that's, you can see that in him. He's just got that relaxation from, okay, I'm going to give this message. Don't really know what I'm talking about. Don't know what's coming out here. If it does some good, it does some good. If it doesn't do any good, well, try again some other day. He's very unattached
Yeah.
to the whole process, which is, which is good. You have to, when you do this stuff, because it can be very discouraging to be a guide, I can tell you, because most people aren't going to get it. And you put a lot of time and effort and feeling into it. And most people just aren't ready for it, and they don't get it. So it can be kind of discouraging in a
Yeah.
way, not so much with me, but I've seen other guys that just walked away from it, just get so discouraged from it, maybe invest in it too personally. But
Yeah.
when you see a lot of laughter from a guru like that, he doesn't take it too seriously, and
Exactly.
he's in a good place.
That's why he just cracks up sometimes and he just can't stop himself laughing. And it's so genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he
I really like
realizes
Byron. I really like
that
Byron
a lot of it
Katie.
is just nonsense. It's just
Yeah.
story.
It's his story. Who did you say you like, Jenny?
I really like Byron Katie too. I listened to Byron Katie just nonstop for a few years, and that really helped me. Now it's kind of like the first thing come, is it true? Is it true? How do you feel when you believe that? And it just
Right.
automatically in my head now when I start to, unless except for the death thing, I was like really caught up in that story. Like,
Right.
that was like, oh my God, that is a story.
The
Because
part I
I
can
don't
never
know.
get though is how does it feel? Like, how does it feel when you let go of that story? I don't know. There's something blocking me from getting that part.
How do you feel when you believe that story?
Yeah. Or like, yeah, the question when it's like, oh, how would it feel if you drop that story? Like, I feel like I don't do it properly
You have to
because
do
I just
it
go
in
right back to the story.
Yeah, you have to write it down and you have to do it in order. Because otherwise the
Really?
mind will mess with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her story too is amazing, right? Wasn't she just like down and out in some place and a cockroach ran over her foot or something and kind of like an echo? Her story, Byron Katie's story, is also amazing.
She
Oh,
just woke up.
she had a full blowout of what she had what do you call it? A train crash or what was plane crash? She had a plane crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, where everything totally dropped. But she was on a lot of depressant medication. She was compulsive eater. She was extremely overweight. She was depressed and anxious, and the body would still get up and run the business. And it's amazing. And she ended up in a halfway house for overeaters because the other places wouldn't take her because they were afraid of her. And they said, okay, we'll take you, but you got to sleep up in this attic room, where you're where we can like protect everybody.
Yeah.
Afraid of you, right? And so she slept on the floor because she has thought so little of herself that she didn't deserve a bed. So she was sleeping on the floor, and a cockroach ran over her foot, and she woke up before her mind did. And that's happened to me before, and that's when it freaked me out. Like when I didn't eat, the window was geometric patterns. I didn't even know what it was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, where you wake up before your mind does.
Right.
Yeah,
when you're not like labeling anything, it's literally just the pure
geometric
like
shape.
how a baby, like how a newborn would see the world.
Probably,
I guess.
before you know that that's a window and that's a tree. And
exactly.
Yeah,
that happened to you.
Yeah, it only lasted probably for like 2 minutes because there was something in this that went, pull yourself together, you got to go to work. And it was
2 minutes is long.
It was long.
Like
It was long. I was like, it was quite a pull to pull the mind back together and get up and go to work. And then I'm like, dang, the fear is what brought that, because knowing now is all things pass, that the self contracted right away, because this program here has a lot of beliefs in the work ethic and taking care of yourself, and that I'm actually taking care of myself. And so that was interesting. And so now playing with visuals, like the cup practice and things like that, playing with these visuals and allowing them to come and go without the self mind freaking out about who's going to take care of me, when I can actually see the reality behind the illusion of trees and house and bodies and things like that. So anyway,
Wow, no, that's cool. That's super cool.
yeah, but it is all thought. And that's why I love Byron Katie, because there is nothing created that isn't thought. So even the life or death, my life or death, what I saw just today was a belief that there is such a thing as life and death. And then it would make this whole terror story about it, and this future program of non-existence and annihilation. And this is the dropping the body death, right? And it was all a story. It's all a story. And going back into the feelings in the body, the contractions and the thought, the breath and the tenseness, and that's spinning off the story called death. It's all a story. Worlds are created just by a thought that's believed. And that's why, and then these emotions in the body just get going, and then they play off each other. The thoughts feed the
Play off each other. Exactly.
Fractions feed the thoughts. And if we can separate them, is how are you feeling when you believe that thought? And then just write it down, because if you try to jump ahead, your mind's going to mess with you. You don't know who you'd be without that thought. You don't know until you do the first step of how do you feel, and you sit with that and you be with that. You can't jump ahead.
Okay, so the writing down is really important. Okay.
And sitting with one question at a time, because if you jump ahead, it's just the mind's way of bypassing it.
Yeah, my mind is good at that. On to the next thing, because yeah. Yeah.
How do you feel when you believe that thought is really, really base? Because it separates the thought from the feeling for me. And it's just one technique like that works for me. I love it because it breaks everything down to the bare bones of thought. That's it. Thought is creative, and that's it. Nothing else, nothing exists, nothing. And where other people, they listen to other things that resonate with them, but that she just.
Well, she says, right, that all suffering is basically caused by believing your thoughts. Well, that's what, right? Well, I mean, I'm not talking about physical pain, but human suffering.
Even physical pain suffering is caused by your thoughts.
True, because
otherwise
you
it's
have
just a
stories.
sensation in the body that we label pain, and then we start building stories around it, which cause suffering around the pain.
That's true.
Otherwise, it's just a sensation. Everything is just sensation and thought.
I've always felt that's why like animals accept death more. Like they maybe say, going through a painful process, and then let's say, then they die, but it's like they're like just ready to give up life because they don't have the story attached to it. They're like,
there's no me.
Yeah, there's no me there.
In the pain. So their pain is non-local. And I've had an experience of that too, where pain doesn't belong to anyone. It's just floating around. And
well, that's like Eckhart Tolle's pain body, right? Like that is pretty Eckhart Tolle.
No, it's not even a pain body. It's just totally like a cloud floating around in nowhere, belonging to no one. The emotions. And so animals don't have this pain belongs to me, because there's no me for that pain to belong to. So there's just the awareness and experience of pain, but there's no story, there's no me to own it.
Right.
So when we let go of our thoughts, we're basically animals with a commentary.
Yes.
And when we know that we're just animals with a commentary, And there's no me to own that commentary, or that commentary isn't thinking. It's just, like Paul was saying, it's just thoughts popping around
Mhm.
and then
Announcing themselves.
announcing themselves. Then we're basically animals with commentary, and animals don't have the commentary.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not the complicated commentary that we have. They have, you're
Oh,
right,
it's
not the,
like,
that
they're
there is
worrying in a way.
communication, but not
Yeah.
the commentary that the stories that we weave, which is just fantastic.
No, no. And there's communication here too in the body function when we're not entertaining thoughts, because there's a natural, if we stopped controlling our bodies, there would be a natural movement away from things that would not be good. Like,
Yes.
you know, something's going to hit, there's a natural body movement to move away. But sometimes we're so busy controlling that body with our minds and what we should be. You should be nice, you should be patient, you should be all these things. And we end up controlling the natural body movement that would happen like an animal.
Yes.
So just move away from pain and toward pleasurable things, but they're not attached to pleasure, and they're not, you know, because no
Exactly.
one owns it. So we put this whole level of mind on top of all the natural organic body movement. And I think as we separate these thoughts from as not us, then the body is free to function more like the animal that it is.
Yes. And that's freedom in a way, right?
Yeah.
I
Well,
guess.
it's like Janis Joplin said, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Once it's all
Yeah.
gone, you're free.
It's
So-
true. Well, maybe that's why too, like all, you know, all humans like being in nature. Like every culture has, like, once there's a beach, they're going to the beach, right? Like there's something about when we're in nature, I guess it gets us out of that whole chattering mind, and we sense some sort of just freedom or peace, you know, life, just it is just what's happening, you know, and that's like the beauty. I don't know. I guess suffering, like, is also part of it all too, right?
Well, it's
Yeah,
just,
sorry.
there's a certain amount, you know, you're here in a human life, and there's a certain amount of, you know, you came by one means or another into duality, love and hate, pain, pleasure. You're in, for the time being, the human experience is a duality experience, and there's a certain amount of pain that comes with that. You can't have pleasure without pain. It's both sides of the coin. What we point to is get rid of the unnecessary stuff.
Right.
You know, you can't stop that you've lost your relative and it's painful. You can't, you found a new love and it's wonderful and all this. That stuff comes and goes as part of life. But when you start telling endless stories about one
Exactly.
thing or another, then you're just heaping on unnecessary pain,
Right.
bringing
Yeah.
stories of past and future as pain into the present. That's what suffering is bringing stories of past and future into the current moment. There's no reason for them to be there.
Yeah, it's so true.
Mara and Katie said when her mom died, because after she woke up, she was walking in the desert for 3 years, unraveling all the beliefs about her mom and her life. And it's amazing because she was
Wow.
watching it come up. When her mom finally died, she said that she saw, because she could be both. She's the character that we know as Byron Katie, and she's also this nothing that is the awareness. So the body still allowed hug from the brother or whoever it was, you know, or maybe not the brother, maybe the husband, I don't know. Anyway, somebody was
Yeah.
there. The body was still receiving hugs, and there was still felt sensation from that. And there was a cry that came up through the body, you know, that
Mhm.
belonged to the one.
Like a primal. Yeah.
But it's just the cry, like you'd normally see like somebody crying when somebody,
Yeah.
but it came through the body as like an animal would bark. You know,
Yeah.
it's just, it came up through the body naturally, where, you
Mhm.
know, but there was nobody that it belonged to. It was just coming up through the body. And what's so nice about having the freedom of the mind not being attached to that, controlling the body, means, don't cry, people are going to think you're this, or this, or stifle this. And, you know, this mind tries to control the body. But
Yeah.
I think that's part of the dynamic of learning to separate that mind function and allow the body to be the animal that it is. And I think some of the thoughts around that, you know, which is why we were feared into behaving, is you won't be following protocol. You'll be
Mhm.
laughing at funerals and crying at weddings, and God forbid you don't act like a normal human being and you get kicked out of the pack.
Exactly.
So these thoughts go, and they go to control like the natural spontaneous movement of this mechanism, this organism that's just an animal.
Mhm.
And there is enough programming that with awareness, I'm just because I'm up, I think it's the unconsciousness that causes killing. Right. So the animal isn't going to just go kill needlessly. It's what I'm thinking and believing that would cause that kind of behavior. And so waking up isn't going to make me an animal. It's just going to make me
Exactly.
an animal. Right.
Yeah.
Byron Katie also went into prisoners on death row and helped them
Wow.
wake up to
Fantastic.
what they were thinking and believing that had actually caused them to do that. So I just think that's amazing.
Me too. And it's amazing sometimes you have the prison experience and how people will wake up because, well, I guess, you know, that maybe they have time to just, if you're lucky enough, they see how it all plays out. But yeah, daily life for most people, you know, these things, as Paul said, it's like a privilege that we can even be doing this, right? Like in many parts of the world, people are just literally trying to survive, you know, probably going for their water right now, whatever it is. So, yeah.
Well, one
So
thing I
beautiful.
noticed after one thing that has to do with this story here and stories in general is right after I had the realization, I was in Walmart the next day picking up groceries or something, and I was startled to see something I had never seen before walking around was the locked in look on people's faces. And
Mm,
and and but not the little bitty kids.
exactly.
These people didn't see me. In other words, I could literally see the story, the movie playing out inside these
Yeah.
people's head, and they weren't really seeing the
Yep.
world. I mean, they might
Mm,
see the item they were picking up, but the little
yeah.
kids in the shopping basket saw me. And if I
Mhm.
looked over there at them, you know, they'd flash this big smile and I'd flash a big smile and move on. The little kids were seeing. People
Oh,
by and large were just, it really has a locked in look. And if you ever look, you'll see it. It's just they're not really seeing the world, that they're locked into the stories in their head. And you know, if it's a
so
good
sad.
story, maybe they're happy, or if it's an not too good a story,
Exactly.
they have a frown on their face, and mostly it's frowns that I see most of the time. So
Yeah, that's so
that's the
true.
power of stories. You know, if it affects you, gives you a downer emotionally with these stories repeating over and over, the story has a lot of power. Once you see through the emptiness of thoughts, that stuff throws away, because then people see. They and many people express it over what it's like, I'm seeing things for the first time.
Yeah,
It was like that for
right,
me. I looked out my back door and I was like, there's something different about it. I mean, this is the
right.
same pasture and woods I've been looking at for 30 years. I'm like, there's something different here. It just had
Wow.
more
But
of
it
a
was,
vibrancy to it. And it's because I don't know why. It's because, I guess, because the labels have lost a lot of their meaning, but the stories are very powerful. And that's why you just got to keep looking at the emptiness of thought over and over. It's a habit that thought is a real thing, that it thinks and everything, and it has to be unlearned. You just have to continuously look. And that's what the looking process at liberation is. And in this group, really look back at the thought, look at the presumption, I. is that really a thing? Or is it just a
Mhm.
thing because you were taught it's a thing? You know,
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
it can be a slow
Powerful.
process.
You know
Slow
what I
I
process
saw?
for some.
sorry.
I saw about the whole death thing is that it wasn't the fear of death, that was the story my mind was telling. It was not knowing. And it was being willing to let go of thinking that I could know, that there's an I with a mind that could understand and know. And it didn't want to let go of knowing for the unknown.
Mm,
And
fair
there's
unknown.
no way of knowing.
Right.
And so it's really a surrender of the mind's grasping at trying to understand and know something that's unknowable. And it
Mhm.
Right.
manifested as a fear of death.
Yeah.
Right.
You get so exhausted that you don't, when you get so exhausted from not finding answers that you get so exhausted that the questions drop away. And then
Yeah,
you say, well, I really don't need the answer anymore. There's no more questions.
there's no way of knowing. There is no way. The mind, because I was raised with intelligence was a quality, right? There
Me
is
too.
no way of knowing, no way that thoughts, like you were saying, Paul, thoughts don't know anything. They'll never know anything. They can't figure anything out. And there's no way of knowing. And that what that looked like was a contraction that the mind made up about that there was a death. But really, it's just accepting and surrendering to not knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unknowable. It's unknowable.
It's
Most
literally
people,
beyond the mind.
many people have the realization at the end of frustration. Some kind of pressure valve blows or something. I don't know
Exactly.
what it is, but I call it hitting the wall. You just,
Mhm.
we keep taking away every escape hatch they have that tells them there's a self, and we keep taking and taking and
Mhm.
taking until they have nothing left to stand on, and they hit the wall of frustration out of, well, I have no evidence that thought means anything, that I exist. And the frustration of it all, the exhaustion sets in, and when the exhaustion sets in, the seeking drops. When the seeking
Mhm.
drops, well, there you are. It's like,
Right.
without the seeking, this is it. Because the
Yeah.
very nature of this is the seeking drops. Now, whether one causes the other, whether the seeking drops because you don't need the questions anymore, you don't need the questions and the seeking drops, I don't know. It
Yes.
happens like that for me, but many times it's the end of frustration and the beginning of exhaustion when people just finally say, oh, this is it. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
I call it the fly in the glass jar. And it's just, the fly in the glass jar is banging
Right.
against these unseen walls and banging until it finally exhausts itself and it lays down and dies. And
Mhm.
there's this book that I read. The guy that did Holosync, he wrote a book called Thresholds of the Mind. And it talked about that, the beating, and then it exhausts
Right. Just
itself and
surrender.
structure falls, then the mind can reorganize at a higher understanding.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
chaos theory.
Pretty interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty
That
interesting.
there's some interesting YouTube videos about that. If they put these metal filings or sand on a plate, and then they go through various frequencies, and when they hit various resonant frequencies, the sand particles of the metal particles will form these beautiful geometric formations. And then as they go through the higher frequencies, when they get to another resonant frequency for that particular substance, it hits a more complicated geometric pattern. But you always have to go through a period of chaos before it settles into a new period of order.
Wow.
And I think there's a lot to be said for this in the psyche. The process of the psyche in this is you have to go through, you have a certain order with the self, the belief in the self. It's an uncomfortable order, but we stick with the familiar. And
Yeah.
sometimes you have to go through that discombobulation and that chaos period, which when you're being deconstructed before you get to that higher order where it settles in, the chaos drops away, the questions drops away, and you're at
Mhm.
kind of a higher geometric pattern, if you will, a
Mhm.
stability, a new stability. So I think
Mhm.
I've always thought that was a good comparison to this stuff, but it's just another way of looking
I
at it.
see that even when like if I go back and I read my threads from 2017, it's like it's so much more like chaotic, I guess, than now when it's just can strip right down to it. It's like it's almost like that period, as you said, with sleeping and you wake up and for a moment you were, yeah.
So like awakening never, there's no one awakening. So awakening is never achieved and it's never not achieved. It's
Sure.
constantly awakening and awakening, because I may be awake. This fly may have died in the jar when it realized it can't get out of the jar, and no matter what, and it dies, and then
Mhm.
then finally let go because it can't get out by the
Mhm.
questions, right? Then
Mhm.
oh,
Mhm.
so that just keeps happening for, I believe, listen to me, for eternity. For
Yeah.
eternity is this constant unraveling of different levels of mind, maybe,
Mhm. Mhm.
or not. I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe
Well, what
maybe
y'all were
not.
talking about earlier, there's a book called The Holographic Universe, which I think is a good model of reality. If it's a story, I mean,
Mhm.
if you want to
But-
venture off into a story, but it's basically the universe is a holograph, and each individual point of consciousness is conscious of the whole universe, but it has the self-limiting belief that it is not the whole universe. And if you go back in Hindu literature, the Atman, which
Mhm.
is the supreme existence, every individual being is a spark from the Atman, which
Mhm.
knows of the Atman, but is caught in delusion, which they call it the
Mhm.
veil of Maya, the veil of
Maya,
illusion
yes.
that keeps you from being the whole thing. When in reality, any one part of a holograph is the whole thing. It's just the
Mhm.
belief that it isn't that holds it back in a sense. Because if you take a holograph, one part of a holograph out and amplify it, it is the whole picture. There's no
Mhm.
difference between it. So I always like that model in that you can be conscious of everything, but still believe you're just limited self. And
Mhm.
getting through the belief in that limitation is an expansion in a sense, and in realizing that what you actually are is bigger than this contracted little entity that you thought you were. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
another level. And will we wake up from this? Will I wake up one day? Is this the dream of Paul woke up over at Liberation Unleashed, and I'll wake up one day to another dream? That's a lot of fun stuff to think about, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
doesn't pay the
And
doesn't pay the bills.
That's the
and
point.
it is the unknown. It is the unknown, and that's what's so fun, is not knowing.
Is
Is
that the
not
Yeah,
knowing.
the mystery.
Yes.
Who's that
I
guy?
agree.
Diane, the guy that writes about the mysteries. Oh, that's all. He's got like 8 books out about what a mystery is. I don't know how you write 8 books
No,
about
I
it's a
don't.
mystery, but
I don't
his
know that.
he has some links over on Liberation Unleashed. I read some of his stuff. It'll come to me, and that's what he is. It's just the mystery of it is that's what it's all about, is the fun of not knowing.
Right.
The
Right.
maybe looking forward to something. Maybe I'll know all this one day. So I don't know.
Mhm.
I can't think of his name.
Exactly.
Tim something or another.
No, I'm
He's
not
very
familiar.
he's very popular. He's got videos all over the place. He
Really?
wrote, oh yeah, Tim. He's got a funny last name. I can't think of it. He wrote 8 books on how mysterious it is. I don't know how he managed to write that much over. Okay, it's mysterious, but he
Yeah,
wrote 8
people
books on
don't
that.
like mystery, right? Because it's that fear of the unknown, and they're trying to, like, you see it where people in a group and you're trying to figure everything out. But so many people, they're just not okay, and that, like, well, maybe we're not supposed to understand everything, and the mystery is what kind of is so beautiful, right? But
And not only
the
are we
way
not supposed to, we can't.
exactly, exactly.
We can't.
Well, if you think about it, if you understood everything, would boredom set in?
Boredom, so boring. Yes.
You have to wonder. I mean, if you were God. I mean, presumably God knows everything. So maybe that's why, maybe this is God playing a game with himself to amuse
Exactly. So
himself.
maybe
God is playing in the sandbox here. You know, there's all kinds of fun stories you can have with this stuff.
there is. There is. As Vince says, like there are better stories. To me, there's more some stories that are just more freeing, liberating, life affirming, whatever you want to call it. That don't keep us trapped in that. What is you like the locked in state of the people that you notice after, like, you know, which is my theory why everybody's so addicted to things. And you even see it with young people. Like because my son, one is 19, so I look at his friends and this is why young people, they all want to get drunk and high, because I think they know that they're seeing that the real world is so broken in so many ways, and there's so much unhappiness. So it's like escape. Well, we need to escape that. Like, and my idealistic self thinks if we could teach kids, because as you said, like the kids didn't have that on their face. So like if we could be teaching kids some of these things in school, in one generation, we'd have a different world, That's just my idealistic Piscean self.
We teach fear. I mean,
We teach fear, and religion teaches fear because they're not teaching the mystical part.
If you have two children at the edge of the woods and one of them is realized and sits there and looks at the flower and the texture of the flower, and the other one is fearful of monsters coming out of the woods, the one that's fearful of the wolf coming out of the woods and eating him is the one that survives. The flower eater, he gets eaten by the lion or the wolf. So survival in the dualistic world is fear-based for a reason. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know, but they almost have to form that before and become unhappy with it before they seek this. It's kind of ironic, if happy people by and large don't seem to be coming to this process as much as people who have seen that something's wrong with life and they're suffering. Like I said, suffering brings most people to this path in one way or another.
It seems like I don't want to say a flaw, but sometimes I feel like, because I see how it all kind of evolved and it's like for human survival, but it seems to be like it could be better. Like, does it have to be that way? But then that's just me getting into a story of why and trying to figure out the mystery, I guess.
Well, it's human survival. And like I said, communication is a survival tool, not a happiness tool.
Yeah.
Life doesn't care if you're happy. It cares if you survive and reproduce itself over and over and over. Life, the purpose of life is just to live. Don't go beyond that.
Right.
It's nothing fancy. And why that is, nobody knows. That's what philosophers are for. And I don't read philosophy anymore.
No. I know. Well,
I think there are different, there's functional, if I can break it down, there's functional awakening where the person isn't constantly suffering over thoughts. They can separate the thought from the contractions and let their body unwind and heal. And then there's like another phase of even questioning life and the body and death and what is reality and looking at trees and things like that. It's not necessarily functional, like it's not just unraveling the body and allowing it to heal and making sure that you can get to work and live your life without constant suffering of the mind. It's another, and I'm an explorer. I love to look at what is life, death, what is a tree, what is the body. It's because now it's become exploration for me rather than just functional awakening of I don't want to suffer anymore.
Yeah. If and that's good when you get that goes back almost to Maslow's hierarchy. Once you get your basic needs met, then you can look at the higher callings in life and art and literature and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And most everybody in the Western society have their basic needs met. You can go to the grocery store. This is not a hand-to-mouth survival. So we have the luxury of looking at that. And yeah, like you say, the first level of suffering is just the basic level, and then you can look at finer and finer gradations. It's still, what you're still looking at is just, there's a wide variety of beliefs, and what this is just dissolving various beliefs. You know, I still have beliefs. I believe when I roll out of bed in the morning, my feet are going to hit a solid floor. Is that real? Thoughts say it is. It's a belief, very strong belief. Is it real? You know, is that thought any more valuable? That thought seems to have more value than another thought, that there's this action figure that is real. The belief that my feet are going to hit the floor seems like a real thought, but then you look, what is it that says that thought is actually true? But another thought, there's this other thought that said, yeah, that thought that your feet are going to hit the floor in the morning, that's a real accurate thought. So you got another thought over here judging, and it's what I call the hierarchy of thought. You keep going up, you keep trying to find authority for any one individual thought. You keep looking for the king thought that judges all the other thoughts as being, well, that's a true thought and that's a false thought. But you can't get to the king because there is no hierarchy. It's just one thought commenting on another continuously. And that's when you get to the point you say, well, there's no such thing as true. Why am I asking all these damn questions? and when you quit asking questions, you get a lot happier.
Yeah,
One
because
of-
you're more in the now.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Byron Katie quotes is, she's talking about, looking, because I used to have a lot of fear around money. And she say, you have exactly what you need. And do you know how? Because that's what you have. And bringing people back into reality. And then she said, okay, think of the worst case scenario. You lose everything. You're sitting on the curb of your house. You just got kicked out. You're sitting there on the curb. And this is my favorite phrase. She goes, other than what you're thinking and believing, aren't you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my
Yeah.
fear, by the way. My fear was I was a lawyer actively practicing at the time. My fear was I'd lose my mind and I'd be wandering around my little town with a shopping cart, digging out of behind the restaurants and picking up aluminum cans and all that stuff. And I was in a very high powered law practice at the time. And I got to think about it as I was going through this process, and I saw this guy that lives in town. He's homeless, and that's all he does is wander around with a shopping cart, eats out of the back of our best restaurants in town. One day I said, that guy's got a good life. Here I am, high blood pressure, smoking cigarettes all the time, stressed out, making money that isn't feeling rewarding. Here's this guy's perfectly happy. He has nothing. And that kind of dissolved the fear away. I've said, what have I really got to lose here if I were to lose my mind and lose everything? And that was actually kind of a breakthrough event when I said, I'm going to be okay no matter what happens here. So move on through it, push on through the fear. And
because ultimately, we're not in control of this body function. It's going to play the part that it plays with or without us thinking, with or without
Right.
our commentary, I should say. So I'm either going to end up on the street or I'm not. I'm either going to end up wealthy or I'm not. It's like whatever this body mechanisms part is in the play, it's going to play out with or without the commentary. And either without what I'm thinking and believing, aren't I okay? Because who's okay? Who's okay?
Right.
Who wouldn't be okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's okay, but there's no self anyway. At that point, then you just lifing.
You're just
It's okayness. I
lifing.
like that. It's just okayness.
It's just okayness. There's no commentary to say it's not.
Yeah, it's just okayness. That's cool. I can be a little picture. It's just okayness.
And if you look closely, there's never any commentary in this exact moment. Commentary is always taking place in time.
Yes.
It's always, commentary is never in the exact moment of consciousness of when you see and when the senses are perceiving. Commentary is always after the fact. So when you say being more in the present moment, literally, if you could be, you are in the present moment. Consciousness, seeing is in the present moment. Now, the commentary about what you're seeing is delayed, but the senses are in the present moment. And there's no commentary then. There's no story in the actual current moment. That's all after the fact.
And so it's possible to live without a story. It is possible to live without any story because it's pure presence all the time. And that doesn't mean this body isn't still going to be functioning in its part of the play. But because commentary happens, even if it's a fraction right after the present moment, and it seems like it's happening at the same time, but when that's separated, the thoughts and the present, it's very possible to live without a story, because all there is constant being with and connection and words coming out.
Yeah. That little kid crawling around on the floor, he doesn't have a story going on. He doesn't even know language. He just exists. Now, granted, you have to take care of him, but he's functioning. You know, he's learning to climb up on the table and walk around, and he may know a few words or whatever. There's no complicated, oh, I got to pay the mortgage running around in his head. You know, it's just sensory. He's there. He doesn't even know he's there, but he's there. And he's seeing and he's hearing and he's tasting and he's touching and he's feeling. So, you know, if he can do it, why can't we? We're smart.
And also, I think there's enough programming that hasn't unraveled that even if we were living without commentary in the present moment constantly, this body would still probably go to work or do something or not. I don't know what it would do, but it would still be functioning because there's still enough program in this
Right. The knowledge is built in quietly.
Yeah.
It just doesn't talk all the time. The knowledge of, I'm looking at a window. Well, when I'm looking around the room, I'm not saying window, door, blinds, vacuum cleaners. I'm not verbalizing everything, but all of that stuff is known. So I know what to do, whether I talk about it or not. And that's, you know, that's part of the necessary evil of teaching children, and an inherent part of that again is language and brings on suffering. It's just an inherent flaw in the machine, if you will.
And isn't it funny
may lose its
What?
Sorry.
I was going to say window may lose its solidity, but it's still a window, but it's not believed. Just like there's it's just not believed. It's like, but it still can be perceived as a window in order to function.
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
If you want to call it something, I mean, it's relevant in that you wouldn't want to run through it, but in terms of sitting here having a discussion with people, it's irrelevant. It only becomes relevant if you run into it. Most stuff in here is irrelevant unless I'm interacting with it in some way or another, but it's known. It's just quietly known. It's not verbalized. No need to, you know, you wouldn't talk to the window.
And yet they teach like people that are really anxious and caught up in their thoughts, maybe locked in, like Paul's phrase. One of the things they teach people is just to get to the senses, like, okay, look around, do the exact thing you said we don't normally do, like look around the room, window, tree, and that'll actually calm the nervous system because you're so much in the thought loop that at that point that's calming, you know, just a different level of it.
And there's different access points too. Sound really brings me back. Like I'll
Me
hear
too.
Birds. Other people,
more than
they'll pet their cat or whatever, and that'll bring them back. And other people, it's visual, like you were saying, window brings them back. So I think there's different access points for each of us, depending on our.
It's so true. Sound for me too. Like when people do those guided meditations and they start to take journeys and going down the cave and meeting your this and that, I just like, that does nothing for me, but just listening to like the sound of wind chimes or just the rustle of the leaves and just like that brings me into presence. But as you said, it's different for everybody. So cool. I love these kind of talks because you can't have these type of talks with most people. My dog is looking at me like, okay, enough, enough talks, mom.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it before they come looking for me. I love how that you have your cat stretching behind, and then I just saw Paul's, and like life is just gonna move, you know, like people like they get scared, oh, I'll just stay in bed all day. No, you won't. Life is just gonna say, all right, time to move, time to get up, time to eat, time to go to the bar, you know, whatever it is. It really is, you can trust that. Yeah, this has been so useful and helpful. Hopefully John and Amy, I don't know if they're still there, got something out of this too. And Chana, I love that name, by the way, Chana. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to wrap it up too. I need to go
Oh,
take care
thank
of
you
horses.
all. And I don't know what, oh, horses, I love horses. You have horses, Paul?
Well, I say horses. I have one, and when the neighbors kind of wanders over, and I take care of him sometimes. But we used to have 9. Now I'm down to 1. But you know, I still go out to the farm every day. It's very, very peaceful out there. I'm in the middle of town. You know, every emergency siren within this parish is within 1 block of me. That's why I have to keep muting all the time. It's the fire truck and the police and the ambulance. Everything's very noisy right here. So I go out to the farm to get some peace.
Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Wow. It was lovely hanging
All
with
right. Well,
everybody.
I'm gonna check out. Y'all welcome to talk
Yeah,
much.
no, I'm gonna
Somebody
check
is
out
obviously doing something. I see the recording button is still going up there. I guess somebody's still recording. So
Who launched
I'm not
anything? Was it Vince?
I don't, well, Vince was here and then he gave it to, I thought he gave it, I think it was Eleanor or somebody to record, and I don't know who's doing it now, but I think I'm not recording it, so I can leave and y'all can still talk among yourselves if you like.
Yeah.
So good talk, everybody. Enjoyed it.
Okay. Well,
See
I
y'all
think
next time.
I don't know who. We just lost a couple people. Like Vince, I mean, like I think Vince was supposed to be here, but then I don't know if he. Or did he say that he was going to be leaving?
He said his phone was going to run out or something, but then I think he got his notebook back on. Then he disappeared again. Then I think he said Eleanor said she was going to record it. So somebody's doing it. But anyway, I'm going to leave, and y'all can, I guess y'all can stay around. If it leaves, well, we'll just see y'all next week.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Thanks so much, Paul.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So Jana, Jana, is that how you say it? Yeah, I'd love to, if you feel like talking, I'd love to hear you.
Oh, okay. Actually, I think that you're recording is what I was going to say. For some reason, it popped up on my screen. Well, I think it just defaulted maybe to whoever was talking as each person left.
Okay.
It's probably ringing them. Like, I don't think it was.
I just have to go to the bathroom really quickly. I'm going to come back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think it might have just been a random thing. It's very loud where I'm at, so I'm by the highway, so I don't know if you can hear it. But I was wondering, like, I kind of identify. I was on last week and I think it was last week whenever you were talking. I got to plug my phone into it's my hotspot, and I identified quite a bit with what you were saying. Just a second. And I've done a lot of Byron Katie too. Have you ever been to one of her retreats?
No, I almost did and I just didn't. Yeah, I wanted to go to the Nobody one actually. But,
no, I went to just one of the week-long ones like many years ago. She's pretty incredible. She's much more, I mean, she's incredible. And then you are with her in person for a week and it's even more. I mean, it's like amazing. She's amazing in person. Like to work with a person. I didn't really work with her directly there. But yeah, she's pure, she's clear on things. There's nothing there.
So present with no mind. That's what I'm saying is is so present with no commentary, no mind. They're just what is and what shows up, and the speaking happens, and just
Yeah,
so there.
100%. Mhm. You
Yeah.
can see
So,
it with her. Mhm.
so what last time did you relate to that was speaking
I
about?
think, it's hard to remember now. I think somebody's asked, said, Vince always says, so how come you're not through the gate now, or whatever he says, right? What's your thing or something? I don't know, something like that. And you were just talking, and I was like, and then I think I talked, man, I don't remember if I talked a little bit or not either, but I feel like I'm kind of like, it's like mostly like not, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have too much story going on about anything until I do,
Hmm.
but there was
Yeah.
no big event. Like, I don't feel like everybody talks about, and maybe, I don't know who brought that up, but like, there's no big event. Like, I don't know, the raindrops don't make me cry, or
Yeah.
the,
Yeah. No
that's
big
what we're talking
event. That was
Huh?
it. The grass, I'm
Yeah.
not crying at grass and trees, and
Yeah.
no big event. And so I doubted it, because there was a story here and a belief that there was supposed to be a big event. And also because I have had event awakenings that lasted like 2-3 minutes, over, maybe a handful, 3-4 of them over the years. I thought that was, oh, that's just a taste. I'm going to have an event now.
Me too. Yeah,
As
same.
the event didn't happen, I thought, well, I must not be awake. And the more and more I unravel the mind stories from sensation, and when I'm sitting out on my patio in the morning and the waterfall is going and the birds are singing and all thought gets quiet and everything gets very surreal, almost like I've entered this portal. And then the mind starts,
Mhm.
oh, you should go check your breakfast. And
Right.
it almost like avoids that place. The mind, it just chattery. And so then I had a story, of course, about that. How my mind is avoiding the space, because that's a story too.
Yeah.
And so it's really is just, for me, it's like every thought is a story. Every thought is a story.
Yeah. And if you actually go to her thing where you actually are breaking that down and you're writing it, like if you go to like a Byron Katie event, you get off the hook with nothing. I mean, literally, this was in California and the forest fires were happening. Like, literally a fire was coming our direction. And she was so, and like, Byron Katie actually she came, like, we hadn't seen her yet, and she suddenly just shows up. It's the first day, we're just getting our little name card. She shows up, she walks in the room, and she starts asking people, because like it was in California, and I had most of us had flown in, like 90% of people, but there were some people there that had driven, that had cars. So she started asking people to raise their hands if they had a car. And she did this herself with like 300 people. She assigned people to cars to get them out of this facility where there was a fire.
My God.
But she is so clear and no fear and no story in anything, that the room was just calm. A fire was coming, and we were evacuating, and it was just, and we didn't know each other. Like, we had just shown up there and we had no way to get out. But it was the calmest room you would ever see. No one trampled, no one ran to their cars by themselves. No one said, I can't take anybody. No one said, what's going to happen? I mean, it just did not go down that way.
That energy is just contagious. It just emanates the whole room. And because we ultimately are all connected, beyond what we think we appear as.
Yeah.
So for me, the more thoughts that I unravel and stop believing, the freer my world is all around.
Mm-hmm.
Because even my perceptions, people, another thing I've heard too, is you can only exist in my perception of you. For me. So I don't ever really know you. I only know my perceptions of you. So, and then I project myself on you. So the more I become freer and freer, because even she knows that I think while she's talking to people, she's looking at her projections on them and unraveling every thought. There's no one over there. It's all me. And so the freer my mind gets, the freer my world gets. Everything that is I touch in any form.
Yeah, so that was, I had the same thing, or like I've had some experiences, like some glimpses, I thought, right? Like I went to an Adyashanti silent retreat. That was actually the first spiritual thing I ever did, was I just said, I'm going to go to this retreat. And it was 7 days of silence. And I don't think I had ever even meditated before. Maybe for 10 minutes, maybe for 10 minutes at like his first like thing I saw, I met him, you know, like someone gave me a free ticket to his thing and just said, you might like this. I didn't know what it was. No idea. And I went, and he said he was, I thought it was so cool. And then whatever it was, I didn't know what it was, but I was like, this is really cool. And I like this guy. And it was only like 30 people there. It was in a church in Austin, Texas, and it was very, very small. And I went to that. They said the retreat is full. So they said, we'll put you on the waiting list. And I was like, cool. And then I got in. And so I went, you're just in silence 7 days. You don't even look at each other, right? 100%, nothing, no, complete silence. And so there I had these like glimpses of like, oh my gosh, this is like, there was physical, like everything's very literally like crystal clear. Like I don't need my glasses. Like I can see without my glasses because the world is actually crystal clear and everything's really wonderful. And I was in love with this 90-year-old woman sitting next to me. I could just stare at her all day and just be like, oh my gosh, she's the most beautiful creature I've ever seen and all that. So yeah, I thought there must be something else. There's gonna be the next big experience. So always when they ask me, I think I'm just thinking like, wasn't there supposed to be some other experience?
The way a lot of the teachers talk in the non-duality, they talk like, oh, when you have the energetic shift, oh, when the shift and all this. So I keep waiting for, I kept waiting, but then I thought until I saw, and today really helped too, because that whole mind wrapped around this thought, this belief in death, and then it arguing with itself and what's death, really trying to understand, and wrapped around the axle about that. And then I go, oh my God, it's another thought.
Yeah.
And the need to know, the polling, the need to know, the need to understand what happens. And then just drop that thought and just go, oh, and then what's left is this in the body that is with, but because I had those glimpses, I thought that awakening was that all the time.
Me too.
And it was going to be like mind blowing, and it was going to be this energetic shift, and I was going to be and what I'm realizing is those were glimpses that maybe I've acclimated to. I don't know, maybe it is a bouncing back and forth, and that's just the way it is right now. And I'll get a glimpse, and then I'll be here, and then I'll get a glimpse, and I'll be here, and maybe every time I get a glimpse and I'm here, I'm just a little bit more expansive. But this mind likes to tell a lie that there is such a thing as awakening.
Mm-hmm.
And that if you don't have these experiences, then there's such a thing as not awakened. And what I'm seeing is that even the belief that others aren't awake is a belief. Mm-hmm. It's a projection of a belief that there's such a thing called being awake. So that's right there pretty trippy too.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And I just think it's just where there's an experience going on, whatever, right? And a human experience. And maybe it's today the doctor tells you have cancer, and maybe it's tomorrow you meet the love of your life and you have those feelings, but they're just feelings and sensations, right? And like, so they're not connected. So I don't know. I guess I just feel like I'm not hung up like I was, if I want to compare and contrast it, right? there was huge hangups and huge fear. And I can see it in people, that locked in look. I mean, I am interacting with a person on a regular basis that I see it right now, and it's so clear to me. But what's interesting to me is everything that person says that like they have a fear of or something like that. Now I feel like I can look at that and go, oh, well, I can see that. So where's my fear? Where's my fear around that? What is this showing me? Why can I see that so clearly?
That's so beautiful because there's no one over there.
Right.
It's all my projection. They exist in my perception of them. So it's
Right.
all me. And it's all something to show me somehow. And Byron Katie's questions are nice because I don't struggle for what it's showing me. I wait for it to be revealed.
Mhm.
And the answer arises to show me, and like, oh, it comes out of left field. It's like, oh, there I am. And so to think somebody's asleep is like, well, where do I still think I'm asleep?
Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's exactly whenever the person said today, I'm afraid of, and it was something in nature that like you can't control. So why be afraid? You know, to me, it was like, well, it's a simple thing, right? You can't control that. It's like saying, why is the sun shining on the beach? Why is there sand on the beach? Right. There is, just the way it is. Right. But it just put me immediately into, oh, what irrational fears do I have? Where are those irrational fears? And there's a list of them I could come up with, right? Oh, well, there are some irrational fears here. That's very interesting, right?
Yeah. And that is like, what else is there? And so this whole story of, am I awake or am I not awake? And are other people awake or are they not awake? This whole story of awakening for me is I'm beginning to let that go, because it's a story of anything called awake. And then it's compared to other people, and then it's compared to experiences I've had of for whatever reason, and then the thought that, oh, I'm supposed to be that, or I'm not awake. And it's all just this wrapped around the axle, because what's actually happening is what's happening now, and those experiences will either happen or they won't. And I don't understand why they happen, and the mind can't figure it out, and it can't recreate them. So again, here we are, the mind spinning this whole story again. It's all thought.
And it can't be any other way.
Mhm.
Nothing can be any other way. I mean, that's just the thing, right? Byron Katie's also really interesting. She would say it a lot in person. I don't know if I ever heard it any other time. She would say that she has one very good friend that she initially tested this workout on when she was first doing it. And that's a very good friend of hers. And she said, we get so excited if we come up with something that we could write a worksheet about. She's like, we call each other. Because she's like, oh my gosh, there's something there. And they were like, we get so excited if we can call each other and be like, you would not believe it, I got a worksheet to write today on something.
It's so fun, because that's what I'm starting to experience, is once the day-to-day self and the thoughts, the functional awakening, I guess, once that happens, then after that it's exploratory. I'm like an explorer in a whole new world of what's the new thought that I just got sucked into. And today it was life and death, the belief in life and death. And also what's coming up for me is the belief in awakening or not. Are you awake or not? Like, who's to know? Who would know what would wake? What would awaken? So it becomes exploratory now, instead of I got to function somehow.
Right.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. The other time I had what was the experience that I thought, oh, that must be what it's like all the time is doing psychedelics. I don't know if you've ever done that before, but
I was going to bring up psychedelics earlier, but then I thought not to.
Yeah, it is being recorded. I don't know if we can stop it. I don't really care.
I did psychedelics in a legal manner.
Okay.
For the recording.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters. I don't really care if it's being
Yeah,
recorded.
I don't think it matters. I don't think they send this out to anybody that cares.
Yeah.
But it to me, that experience was like those experiences. Like I never had a bad, I don't know, to me it was so pure and clear, and it seemed like that. Like I could just look at the other people, the other person that was there, a couple other people and I could just see when they were talking, like I could just see their story. Like it was so, and it was okay. Like I was just like, oh, that's why you're telling that story. And it was almost just like Byron Katie, because she'll say, oh, bless your heart, you believe your thought, you poor darling. Right? She'll say it like that. Oh, you believe your story. That's the only thing that's wrong, honey. Nothing else is wrong. And she's very loving and motherly. And so I just could see it
Yes.
like that. I was like, oh my goodness, they believe that about themselves, or they believe that, right? And that was for myself too. I was like, oh my gosh, I live my life. I present myself and live my life as though I'm small and not very smart and I don't deserve very much and I can't have that. And I back away and I shouldn't talk and I shouldn't appear too smart in front of people. And right. It's like I could see it. It was just like someone had just written it on the wall.
Oh my God, I relate so much.
And it was not personal. That was the key, was it was not personal. Like you could reflect on it without it being personal. There was no person there for it to be personal about.
Yeah.
And the same with the other person. And I did it with the person that I had been in a relationship with. So there was a lot of shit. And it was the same for them, where they were like, oh, remember that this ongoing fight that we have about blah, blah, blah. Well, that's why I do that. Well, that's why I do that. Oh, okay. Of course you do, because you believe that whenever your mother told you when you were 5 that your pants were too tight, you believe that, right? No wonder. Oh, I get it.
Love that.
And so then I thought, well, like, oh, this waking up, maybe I'll interact like that with everybody that way all the time.
Yeah, because I can interact with that with people who will interact with that. Like if people are open like that, I am totally full disclosure, no problem. But what I've realized is not everybody can go there because they have thoughts and beliefs of fear, that keep that from happening. But the one thing I did ayahuasca and San Pedro and all, got a different, and I remember at the end of this like whole weekend ayahuasca journey, I was sitting in this beautiful little paradise and everybody was just like little functional fairies, sort of like, and it was just so beautiful. And so now when I sit in my garden in the little waterfalls tinkling and the birds are singing and I get totally present and the mind clears, I'm like, holy crap, this is the end of the ayahuasca journey. I'm here. And then the mind will start shopping again, for noise to get out of there for whatever, and or functioning the way it functions and whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna make a story up about that too. But the reason, like what I started looking at was, in order for me to believe those experiences, like to stay with, because I would come back from an ayahuasca journey and I'd be in just bliss for about 2 weeks. Right. And then it would fade and reality would come back in and the beliefs would start clamping down again. And so what I realized was I wanted to go do that to get back there because there was a belief here that I couldn't get there without it.
Yes.
And so I started, whenever I would be tempted, I'd say, okay, let's go ahead and look at why you believe you have to have that. Because the last one I went to, I actually had a cloud come out and speak to me, crazy. And it said, you, and I had this message more than once because I had it like a few months before too, and in another, and it kept saying, you are the medicine. You are the medicine.
Nice.
And it was trying to tell me that I'm the medicine, that
Yeah.
I wasn't ready to let go
You
of it,
are what you speak.
that I didn't
You
think I
are
could
what you
get there
speak.
without the.
I love that.
Yeah. So that's when I backed off of doing that. And now I can sit in my back patio and totally be there, totally be in that little heaven portal. I mean, there's nobody around and it's in nature right now, but I believe that it can expand. Because otherwise it's a belief that it has to be in nature, right? So I believe as I keep unraveling the beliefs and expand and not making up stories when my mind goes shopping to, distract itself again. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We'll be back tomorrow morning. And it's actually getting easier and easier to hold. And it's also becoming, what I'm noticing, it's becoming assimilated. That means that when you go there, it doesn't seem so surreal. It's starting to assimilate and I'm like, oh, but I like it surreal.
Well, I think Eckhart says that, right? Like nature is a portal. Like he always encourages people, right? If you can even just look out window or be in nature, because he will always say, nature's the portal, like, so I think it's like, there's something to that, right? There's a key. Speaking of that, where are you sitting, Diana?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I'm sitting in my backyard and it's like a big fern plant there. So I'm in Orlando, Florida. but the
Oh, okay.
area that I'm in is very like there's a lot of trees in this neighborhood and a lot of
Oh.
wildlife and bears, and yet the highway's right there. It's a little oasis. Yeah.
Wow.
And
Where are you, Jana?
I'm in Texas, on the coast. Like near
on the
Galveston,
coast.
you know, near
Ah.
Galveston.
And where are
LBD.
you? Jenny, right? Jenny?
I'm in
Jenny,
South
yeah.
Florida. Yeah,
Oh, really?
I'm in South Florida. Yes, by Fort Lauderdale. I'll
my
show you.
My son
Oh.
lives in Fort Lauderdale right now. As of today, he's in
Yeah,
Jacksonville.
just north of Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, that's so funny because the first person I've met in the same state that I'm in, you know.
I was in Florida last winter and I was not too far from Orlando. I was in Ocala.
Oh, my
it's so
God,
nice
that's
there.
like horse country. Wow, where you are is beautiful, Jenny. Wow. Yeah, I went to Ocala the other day. Just there's a big equestrian center there. And I took my mom for her birthday, and it was awesome. Yeah, I'm not a ridge. You probably have an accent. I grew up in the Caribbean in Trinidad.
Oh, okay.
Born in England, grew up
I
in
was
the
wondering
Caribbean.
the accent.
And people don't think because they're like, don't think people from the Caribbean. They're like, well, you don't look like you're from Trinidad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I couldn't get it, but I was like, it's an accent but yeah, I definitely
I know
couldn't get
it's
it.
oh wow.
Yeah, I
So you're
worked at
from-
Salt Springs there, near Ocala, Salt Springs.
I've heard of it.
There's a bunch of springs there, literally, like
Yeah, right. So
Camper
even like the
Spring.
neighborhood that I'm in, there's a spring in here. So it is truly beautiful
Yeah.
in that sense. Yeah. Wow. It's so cool to now that it has expanded so much since what's her name? The Pernille? I feel like a
Pernille.
lot of people have got on since
Yeah.
Pernille. So there,
That's how I
there's a lot of
feel.
people. Oh, okay.
Since what is it? Since
Oh,
What's her
Pernille, you don't follow Pernille? That's how I
is
ended up.
Pernille like on a YouTube or something?
Yeah, like how
I
did
need-
you even find out about Pernille first?
I think the YouTube gods served up Pernille to me from watching so many YouTube videos. But
I gotta look him up. How do you spell his name?
her name is and I think she probably is from Holland. I think maybe you know Diana, I'm not sure. I think she maybe is. Her name is Pernille Damore, Damore. I think her channel is like non-duality UK or something. It's something kind of strange, her YouTube channel, but she has a whole thing called the Awakening Curriculum, and she is like where I think I heard of the Fetter model.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about now. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's got a whole like YouTube series that she's doing on the Fetter model, and she also does a whole thing on autism and non-duality. Maybe she's autistic or has had that label in the past, but she's
Yeah,
Dr. Pernille, I believe. I believe she has a PhD in psychology or something.
I remember her mentioning something about being autistic. Yeah, I've listened to a couple of hers. I did it because I've been so mental my whole life, you know, being mental, being intelligent, knowing, I
Yeah.
would find answer to every. So now that that's dropping, I find some things just too heady for me.
Yeah, she can.
And so I listened to a few of her things, but it got, you know, just like maybe 2 or 3 little, it started to feel heady for
It
me.
can be, yeah.
Yeah. And I just, right now, that just like, oh, you know, I actually feel it in my body, like, oh, heady.
Yeah. Yeah. I like, I mean, I think I found Pernille maybe through Angelo, or maybe the other way around. Angelo DeLugo.
I like Angelo DeLugo too. Like some of the stuff he does is a little heady, and I'll just turn it off. And then some of his meditation stuff, like when he's talking, it's almost like a talking meditation because I actually do
That's what he does. Yeah.
while he's
Did
talking.
you go? Have you been to one of his retreats? His online
Oh, I
retreats?
just found him. You know, I shut this non-duality stuff down because I was frustrated because I thought I wasn't awake. And what I'm realizing was I probably have been for probably close. I don't know if there is such a thing as awake. I mean, was I awake when I was, 12? Because I was already questioning. Was I awake when, 8 years ago? It's like, who knows? This whole awake thing is starting to crumble for me. But I'm giving up what it's supposed to look like. But So anyway, I just stopped watching everything because I was very frustrated with not having the experience, the big energetic shift. And I just picked it back up, boy, maybe just within the month.
Oh,
Just with,
okay.
yeah, so I just found Angelo.
Mhm.
I
He
really
does-
like.
He
when
does
I get-
online retreats. So I think he might do one in person in Boulder. He's in Boulder, but he did an online retreat, I think in January, and I went to that and I thought, oh, online retreat, what bullshit, right? But it was good. And he's such a great guy. Like I think he charges like $50 or something. I mean, he's just like, it's just and he's like, if you can't pay, don't worry about it. Just click the button. That's kind of what his website says. If you can, it's $50. If you can't, click the button. Like he's just a good
Love
guy.
that. I love that. And yeah, he has another one, I think, in June, this month coming
Yeah,
up.
he
you know,
does. Yeah, he's
9 to 5, but I love just listening to him sometimes. Sometimes if it's too heady, I just walk away and do something else, but
Yeah.
I just sit down and I'm listening to him talking, and it is like a meditation, and I'm actually going through and looking where he's talking, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that is so amazing. I come out of there. Yeah. So
yeah, no, he's good. And then the other person I listen to, I think is just, she's a nut job, but she's awesome, is Lisa Cairns.
oh, I know, I love her. She's
She's a
who I
nut
started listening to like 10 years ago.
Okay.
When I first
See, I
started,
just found her like 2 years ago, maybe.
yeah, I was really into listening, and there wasn't a lot around at that time, but I really listened a lot to her. And there was this little Oriental girl that I really liked too. I don't see her around anymore, but this was like 10 years ago. And I was listening to Lisa, and then I would start getting frustrated because I'm not having the energetic shift. And yeah. So I listen to her sometimes if they're short. If she starts getting into worldviews or opinions about, I just go, you know what, that's just another point of view in a story. And then I'm just like, nah, I'd rather hear about, how everything's a story than actually hear a story. So then I just, go out.
I feel like she's a little bit like aware sometimes that she'll do that. Like sometimes the next video she'll say something about it, like she has some awareness about herself of like that she did that, right? And sometimes later she'll say, oh, I talked about the da 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 da. Now I want to tell you, you don't need to listen to anything I say.
Because it's all the story.
Forget that I said that. Or
That
ignore
job.
it.
I really like her. She's very likable.
She's one of
Yeah.
those people you want to meet in person. To me, it's like she's one of those people, like I just would love to meet her. Like I feel like she'd just be a riot. Like she would be just like a great person to be your girlfriend, I feel like, to go out with. Like she's just like hilarious and doesn't take herself seriously.
And she can get all caught up in the story, and then I like, oh my God, like I'll do that. I'll be talking and I'll go, oh my God, I really got sucked into that whole scenario. Wow. And I had quite the opinion.
Yeah. I feel like she's pretty transparent about it. Like she'll catch herself, and the next time she'll say, okay, a bunch of people have said this to me, and the internet even told me that this is what I did, so I'm owning that.
It's so
Which is
funny.
refreshing, right, for somebody to say.
I remember she got this little bracelet that was a bunch of skulls because she was like death of the ego kind of thing. She's just a trip, man. Yeah.
And her dog, she always talks about her dog. Yeah, no, she's good. I like her a lot. But yeah, I kind of stopped. I didn't completely throw it all out, but I definitely went from probably having it on 18 hours a day, like constantly, because you can just have it on, right? You can listen to a podcast by so-and-so, you can do this, you can just have it on no matter what you're doing, down to like listening to something once a week or whatever.
Yeah, I was listening to it like seriously, because the seeker was so desperate, needing to know.
Yeah.
And then I got frustrated, so I just like threw it away, I'm awake. But then I couldn't help it because I was still conscious of my behaviors in the mirror, and I was still without listening, because once you're on that train, it doesn't stop just because I
no.
And then I don't know what had me go back to start listening again. I don't know, but who knows? Who cares?
No.
And
It's just what happened.
it just happened, and there I am. And whatever, I guess the fruit was ripe for picking again for another phase. But yeah, so here I am, and can't remember what I was going to say. So
Oh, that just reminded me, you guys are in Florida. Have you ever been to Mickey Singer's place?
what is it?
Mickey Singer, he wrote Untethered Soul.
Oh no, see.
Temple of the Universe. Very cool. Yeah, if you get a chance to go there.
Where in
He's
Florida
cool.
is it?
I can't pronounce that city because it's one of those that's like a name that
How do you spell it?
Temple of the Universe. Go Alachua.
Oh,
Alachua.
I don't know where that is. Probably north somewhere.
North. But yeah, he wrote Untethered Soul and whatever else. What's his other book? I don't remember. But he built his own little temple there. He's very cool. He's very like just he does everything for free. You could just tell he's not like into like making any. He's pretty clear on the stuff. Like he's not selling anything. No retreats.
Oh,
You can
that's
show up
not
Yeah, you can show up at his place 3 days a week and he talks. He'll give a talk. He'll let you ask him questions. He was on Oprah and everything. Yeah, he got really famous from his book, but then he just kind of went, he's a recluse kind of in a little bit.
Yeah, well, so and that too is like, it's kind of too like you either are or you aren't, you know. It's just like even any like being on a show or not being on a show, like Eckhart Tolle being on Oprah and all that too, or not, or you are or you aren't. Or I think when there's no attachment or meaning in that, then there's no trying to make it happen.
Yeah,
Like-
and I always kind of look at Eckhart and Mickey because I think I discovered both of them about the same time. And Eckhart is just like got all these retreats and glossy flyers, and I still like to listen to him. I still think he's fine. I can listen to him sometimes, but it's just interesting. Like his retreats cost $5,000 or whatever, and Mickey, he's out there in the forest in Florida, and he gives everything away pretty much for free. I mean, he sells his book for $10 on Amazon, but other than that, I don't think he doesn't do. Like Oprah interviewed him because she read his book and it was on her list. I think that was the first interview he's ever, only interview maybe, or maybe he did a talk at Google and that's it. Like he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and you know the interesting thing about that, if there's not a comparison, is they're reaching different people, because some of the people that would go to Eckhart Tolle wouldn't go for no cost to the woods in Florida because they wouldn't think there would be any value.
Yeah.
And then other people, so it's not really even a, you know, there's so many different, when there's no one here doing it and there's no reason why, and then we project ourselves on them and why they possibly might be doing that, right? And that tells me about me. And yet the function of creation, just for lack of a better words, is to, like Paul was saying, have the communication message go out in whatever form that this form has been designed to give it out in. And it reaches whoever it reaches. Yeah, and some go to the mountains and some go to the woods and some go to the ocean, and in different colors and different, you know, whatever creation has them go out, and then I make up a story about it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like Ram Dass, who would always say like, I came back to America with a beard and beads wearing a dress. I don't know.
I love him. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, oh no, what am I going to do after awakening? Am I going to be, it's like, I'm going to be exactly what this character is going to be. That's it. There's nothing like, you know, all of a sudden, you know, it's going to be free to do whatever it would do if I wasn't suppressing it with beliefs.
Mhm.
What nice girls do, what polite society does, how you should dress, what you should weigh, you know, all these different things to fit into its programming. And without all those thoughts and beliefs as they unravel, then this body will just be what it will be. I mean, look at Byron Katie was, you know, she didn't eat for like almost 30 days in the desert because she had such an addiction. You know her whole story and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it's because that's what the body did. She wasn't making it fast. She wasn't controlling it. But when it was tired of eating, she let it be.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of people don't, there's a lot of people that don't resonate with her either, but I was really glad that I went to that to see her. Like, being with her is pretty, I feel grateful for that for sure. And she gives so much of her time, like, I don't know how old she is now, her 70s, I would guess. But you go to that thing and it's a long day. I mean, it starts at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning and she's there, and she's there all day till whatever time.
It's so beautiful. I have her book, 1,000 Names for Joy.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I just love that. And I'll read it a little, like a little chapter every morning or right before I go to bed or something. And then I think the last time I read it was probably, I don't know, 8 months ago or so. And now I'm picking it up again. And it's just reading it fresh again because there's a whole new seeing, and it's just where she writes from 1,000 Names of Joy. It's just like when she trips and falls and she's so grateful the floor was there to catch her. I mean, what a way to live. Just what a beautiful, beautiful.
Oh,
I
she
love
got robbed too, like at gunpoint, you know, that she tells the story of that too.
Yeah, and when there's no mind, like when he was talking about, you know, the little kid sitting on the edge of the wood looking at flowers going to be eaten by a wolf, and my first thought was, oh, is that true? You know, it's automatic comes, but it's, you know, she is with this man who is believing what he's thinking and believing, and has a gun in her stomach, and all she's is like, oh my goodness, is that how she dies? I mean, just like looking into his eyes with the pure innocence of a child. Oh, is this how Katie dies? You know, is this how she dies? And the man broke down in tears, crying and sobbing. And then now she's holding the sobbing man. So we really need fear to protect us?
And you can just see it with her. It's so clear. Like, it's so true. Like, I think I read that and I was like, yeah, okay. But then when you're with her, you're like, okay, yeah.
But you can't pretend to be that. You can't pretend to be that because you'll get shot in the gut. But when you're really there and it's natural, the innocence is contagious. And is it true that we have to be afraid in order to keep these bodies alive?
Yeah.
Really, nothing's true. Nothing's true. But we can't also, one thing is we can't outrun what we believe. We can't pretend we don't believe it, because that's just dangerous.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
Yeah, it's been like a total unraveling for me for the past couple of years, that's for sure. Like, I kind of sold everything and moved into a van and traveled the country and was out in the middle of nowhere and didn't have water and food sometimes, and I survived just fine. It's like it was all.
Aren't you fine other than what you're thinking and believing? Aren't you just fine? I love that.
Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, and here I am. I've been at this job for 19 years, and the story was, oh, I'm bored and it's unfulfilling and I'm unappreciated. Now I'm just like, oh, body gets up, goes to work, and I look at the thoughts. Is it true? Are you bored? I mean, it's such a habit to have that spinning around commentary, because it's not the job. The body gets up and it goes to the job and it comes back, and then the mind makes up this commentary, and this body's going to keep going to the job until it doesn't go to the job. I'm not in control of the functionality of this expression, just my commentary about it.
That's how it was for me. Like, I believed all of those stories though, but I kept saying, I'm gonna quit, I'm gonna quit, I'm gonna quit because of all these things. But that's not actually how it happened. It just suddenly, like one day, the words came out of my mouth that I quit. Like, it wasn't like I was like, I didn't write a resignation letter, I didn't do anything. I just said, something else heard the words saying, I quit.
Yeah. And that's how your body function played out.
Yeah.
So I'll either be here or I won't, and I won't know until it happens. And then, like Paul says, the binder will come in later and say, oh, I did that.
Yeah.
I have the commentary. Oh, I quit. No, I didn't.
Right. Well, and the belief that I mean, I like everyone in America, it's like work and intelligence and get a degree or whatever, and work at whatever job that makes a lot of money and do all that stuff. I very much had bought into all of that, like we all do, and I just quit. And guess what? It's fine. It's been fine. It's been 3 years and it's been fine.
Yeah, and there is a fear, there is a sensation. I want to stop saying fear. There is a sensation in this body that this job is safe and that it's taking care of me. So what I'm going is between two different realities. One is complaining about working all the time, and the other one, oh, you need to stay here because it's safe. And these two thought are still playing out. They're still playing out. And when they're done playing out, then something else will shift.
Mhm.
And I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know when they're going to be done playing out. They're going to keep the glass, they're going to be the fly in the glass jar until both flies die. And then when they both die and there's no arguing amongst them anymore, and then this will move to the next phase.
Yeah.
Or not. I have no idea. And I like not knowing. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't need to know which one's what it's going to look like when they play out, where I'm going to be next. I don't need to know any of that. But I do watch the dynamic of them playing out, and that's all that's happening right now.
Yeah, that is, I mean, when I look back on it, for sure, I can see it. Every decision's like that. Even like if you buy a car, I don't know, buy a shirt, right? And you're like, do I want the blue shirt or the white shirt or whatever, right? Or do I want this or that, right? And I'll see that with my mind about making a decision, right? It'll go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, weigh the options, so-called, but then suddenly decision is just made.
Decisions just happen, and our mind thinks that it's actually figuring it out.
Right.
And so so this play of the mind of you're bored, blah, 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 unfulfilled, blah, blah, blah. You need to be, the whole purpose in life. What a curse that is, that you've got to have some purpose. Oh my God.
Wait till you don't have a job. That one will come up.
Yeah. So it'll just, it does its thing. And I'm watching it play out. I used to have eating disorders too. And I watched them play out. Whenever I would get emotional, I would just like freaking eat a bag of cookies. And then I stopped trying to willpower myself, and I just watched it play out. And I started paying attention to the mechanism of what was I thinking and feeling before I did that. So now I'm just watching this mechanism play out as well. And I don't know how long it's going to play out. I don't know how long they're both going to die. But when they get quiet, I'll either still be at this job or not. Like, it doesn't mean anything. This body, this is not controlling this. It's going to do what it does. Decisions are made, decisions happen, and this mind loves to think that it's making them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's how it is for me now. Like I sold everything, and like I just have a motorhome, and I just travel and stuff, or not. Sometimes I've been in the same place for 6 months. I shouldn't say I travel, because I've been in the same place for 6 months, which is where I'm from. But I would have a lot of anxiety about that. I realized I was like, my gosh, I have everything and I still have anxiety, right? It's like you keep moving the goalpost. That's what, to me, like what it is, right? It's like, that's what the mind does. The mind just keeps saying, oh, it's this thing, it's this thing, it's this thing, it's this thing.
Yeah.
And then now it's so clear to me, because I've been around the world and back, is that it's just wherever you go, there you are, right? Like whatever's going on, like there it is. And that's it. Like there's nothing out there that's gonna change this, soothe this, whatever this is, or whatever. And so it'd be, now for me, it's more, well, it's funny to me that, because my friends will ask me where I'm gonna go or what I'm gonna do, since I'm in different places sometimes. And normally now I'll just say, I don't know, I just found myself on the road today. I found myself driving.
Yeah.
have things like that now.
Yeah, it's freedom. You know, part of the thing that's kept me in this job, well, the story is I kept hitting dead ends that nothing fulfilled, nothing fulfilled. No matter what I did, no matter jumping jobs, jumping relationships, nothing. And I kept, so I finally hit that dead end, that wall where it's
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to leave this job. What's going to be better?
Right.
Why would I do that? You know, so I've stayed because I knew that leaving it wasn't the answer.
Right.
And now I'm starting to see, and even though I kind of got an idea that the thoughts, oh, I'm bored, I'm unfulfilled, blah, 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 something, I want to be in the nature, blah, 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 trapped in this office, blah, 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 blah. Those
Mhm.
are just thoughts.
They
And
are.
now I'm really starting to see them as just thoughts and not me feeling that way and thinking that way. That's not a truth. I can go ahead and let them spin out. And so I know leaving's not the answer. That's it, because nothing. And these thoughts are lying to me. So I'm just watching it all play out. And the body will do what the body does. I
Mhm.
have
Yeah.
no
Well,
idea.
leaving will just happen if it happens, right? And that's it.
Yeah, leaving will either happen or it won't.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be there for 20 more years while my mind makes up a story. You're wasting your life, blah, blah, blah. You know, it loves to tell these stories. You could be
Mhm.
doing so much more. You could be blah, 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 blah. And, you know, and so I'm just watching these stories play out because the body will either be there or it won't. And that's letting go of control.
Mhm.
Because I never had it. They're just stories. And I'm really starting to see that now.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, after I gave all that up, then I had the story of, oh, I had so much safety. Why did I give all that up? I had all that safety. I had all that security. Like life was so easy then. And even though I felt like I was in a dead end job and it was stressful and it was going to kill me, I was sure it was going to kill me. It was going to kill me. I was going to literally have a heart attack or a stroke because there was so much stress. So I had to leave it.
It's all a chronic commentary.
Yeah.
No matter which way the fly hits the glass jar, it's still hitting the wall.
Yeah.
So you leave, you complain. If I leave, I'm complaining. If I stay, I'm complaining. It's like
Yes.
it's like a glass wall all ways, because it's just the noise of the mind, and the body's going to do what the body does. The commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My body's
Illusion
hungry.
belief it'll show up. What'd you say?
I said my body's hungry, so I think I'm gonna let y'all go.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go pee too. And it looks like Diana's not coming back either. So I guess we'll just call it a
Yeah.
day.
All
Nice,
right.
nice to see
Chat with you. Bye.
Bye.
See you next week.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.